What up? This could be a quick stream. I'm basically just sort of seeing if I can coax Scott 2B out to tell more stories. Right now he's in Jack, and I'm not trying to lure him away from Jack's right now. Jack's got a good stream going on. And I saw Scott there, so I invited Scott to come tell more stories this evening if he wants to. He didn't commit nor decline. So I think I'm just gonna throw Jack's stream on, and we'll just sort of watch it and see how things play out, and if Scott ends up joining to tell more stories.
Out here since I came out here, and it's a lifelong path to emotional maturity, and it comes down to learning how to perform your emotions. You know, we talk about men being rational and women being emotional, when in fact, most of the time what we see as emotional immaturity is what we're calling feminine. The behavior of men learning to rationalize their feelings away at 5 years old has actually made men hyper value rationality, to the point of even when I was being rational and performing my emotions just like any other man would, I'm called feminine. So I'm not a man. But what I would like to say, and then so I came in saying, you know, I was thinking, what about nurturing, right? If there is a role here that is different, you know, you guys are more warrior, we are more nurturing. And I do think that there's a level of stunting that happens between us because of that.
I think she's gone, Jack.
No, I touched her. I touched the echo cancellation. Your audio dropped out, and it backs.
That was so dramatic. I think she's gone, Jack.
Yeah, turn off the echo cancellation so I can hear Bex again.
I'm try again, Bex, please.
Right on.
Yeah.
Notch, and I don't know how this one's gonna go. I'm I am this one might be fast on my end too. So if it is, I'll be over there. Z has Paul's number. I saw that. I don't have. What are you thinking? Like, what's the opportunity there? So does Monograph. I just have no desire to call Paul. I don't know what we'd talk about. Talk about why he's got me blocked on Facebook. Right. Yeah, I wasn't planning on streaming tonight at all, but then this shit's going on here, and I saw Scott and blah blah. You know, one thing leads to another, so it could be a nothing burger. It could turn into a badass stream. If anybody hasn't seen Scott's the video that I uploaded a few days ago with Scott 2B, it's dope. It's about 40 minutes long, and it builds slowly, right? So you kind of got to stick with it, but it builds momentum as it goes, and it's fucking hilarious. Scott has good stories. His storytelling, he's a better storyteller than he is Savsit lawyer. Oh. I think okay. Well, I thought I saw someone in the chat say that he had his literal number too. Maybe I'm just retarded. Yeah. Right. I can't believe that he's able to win with anybody like OTW. Why would OTW subject himself to that? Like, We're talking about an internet bully. There's not really a lot that he can do to have a serious impact on your life. Right on. I appreciate it, Smith. I'm not trying to you can wait until like he's wrapping up, if that would probably be better. I'm not trying to steal people away, since I don't really have anything of my own here right now. I'm just sort of waiting around. MGTOW, I do love you. I just hate MGTOW. And I don't bully you for content. It's not good content, honestly. It just kind of makes me look like a dick. Although I do think that some of the MGTOW criticisms are useful, because there's a lot of, like, you're not the only guy out there with a skewed orientation towards women. There's a whole lot of y'all. So I do think it's valuable to put out an opposing narrative for other people who are may or may not be watching. But no, I don't pester you for content. I do it for my own enjoyment mostly.
That we can harness and that we can use. But here's the thing, Bex. People are playing power games with each other and control games. So if certain content creators want to play gang stalking narrative, if they want to lie, if they want to dox, okay, if they want to spread false truths about people, okay, don't be surprised when other people don't want to
I don't believe that at all.
It's incredibly
I know that he tries to sell it that way. I don't buy
somebody
it.
Else. This is what this is about, Bex. This is power fucking
What's
games,
up?
all right? Paul, if somebody doesn't roll to Paul, he tries to make them a joke. But when I'm
agree with you.
Bex,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Z.
No, go ahead.
I totally agree with you.
You're not
Here's one thing
wrong,
I wanna say.
but it's not something that's not applicable to all of
Here's
us.
one thing I totally agree with you, okay? I have been a big supporter of Paul, and I see a chat sometimes saying some stupid stuff, but I'll clear up for them that, for example, me, myself, right? We, had a little issue with Paul about the women thing and the monograph. That's the only two things I disagreed with, right? All of a sudden, he Nazi blocked me, banned me from that chat, and also start talking about me because we had a little disagreement on some things. Now, he had many disagreements with Snafu and other people, but he lets them go on because he wants their content. So he puts people on the panel to get content.
He lets them go on, not because, in my opinion, because Snafu is easily aimed. Snafu is looking for targets, and if you cupcake with him, you can point him in the direction you want. Actually, if nothing manifests of this stream with Scott, maybe I'll go into something, because there was a few days ago. Anyways, yeah, maybe I'll cover a little clip of Paul putting a narrative and a target in Snafu's mouth for him. It's pretty blatant when you see it, but most of you have probably seen it anyways. Oh shit. God damn it. Reopen closed tab. National blocking shit. I know I'm blocked at OTWs, but I know that that's also not because of OTW. I'm blocked at OTWs because Paul wants me blocked at OTWs. Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, the thing about Scott and his stories is I want Scott to be like the other night when he was telling those stories, he was in the mood, or he's in the groove, you know. I assume that he's like me. I kind of have to be like in the right mode for things like that to work. I'd assume most people are that way. If you're not really in a funny mood, then your stories won't be funny. So I'm not trying to like pressure Scott into telling a story, but doing it with sort of a mediocre delivery. But if the invitation's out there, he knows it. Tarek is destroying Jack's panel. I'm making tacos. I'm waiting until Jack's stream ends and everybody comes over here. Right on. Snaps is a punk ass. For show. Hey, somebody tell me, how's the audio when I...
But I think it's...
We love you, Jack. Jack, you are
when I have
beloved
both,
at this point.
when I'm talking
Z, do
and
you
the
mind
video's
sticking around
playing,
and be the last with
how
final
is it?
word?
Can you hear me? Can you hear
It'd be
them?
my pleasure, Jack.
I appreciate
Somebody need to go
that.
up or down?
Can I
And
ask
Jack,
from the rest of you,
go ahead.
please? Final words, and we'll start
Shit,
dropping.
I was
down.
doing final
Go ahead,
words now.
Tarek.
No, I just want to say something to Steve
Yes,
too,
Steve.
because he said something earlier about me being cultured up. I'm not cultured up anymore, Steve. I see through the things and whoever that is. And I seen somebody said in the chat, like, why don't you go on Paul's panel and speak to him about that? Sir, I have actually said to Paul like 4 times, I will go on your panel and discuss it. He has declined it. So peace. It was nice talking to you, Z.
What up,
I know
Joe
we haven't.
Cool?
I never talked to you before one-on-one. I'm sure I'll probably talk to you on your broad show, and we'll go from there. And then Jack, thank you for having me on, and everybody have a
Yeah,
good
it's still
night.
going on. They're wrapping
Respect,
up.
Tarek. Thank you, brother. God bless. Cecil, Hank.
Skip.
Leslie.
Shit. Yeah, man. I think some people, once they get the spotlight on them, it like alters their ego and personality, and people start like.
Oh, there's an echo. All right. Thank you. Well, if there's, let's see, audio's louder for me compared to the panel. Okay. 5x5. Yeah, I turned down the volume on that media, mostly because my computer speakers are turned up a little loud, and so it's obviously just a Mayan thing. All right, this is going to show my age or something a little bit. Swiping right, when you swipe right on somebody, does that mean you're skipping them or you're choosing them? Fun. I don't think he's playing tough guy. He doesn't. You got banned from where? From Jack's or from Paul's? Probably Jack's. No echo. All right, so people are saying no echo. I'll throw the audio back on, and I'll get a little more juice.
You should feel bad. He should feel bad the way that he talks to people and treats people, but he doesn't feel bad. So that's how I know he's not a good person, because a good person wouldn't treat people the way he does and then not feel a little remorseful of being an asshole.
Right.
Like he doesn't care. So that's the bottom line. As usual, good to see y'all. I'm out.
Respect, Steve. Thank you, brother. That was great.
Salute.
I'll follow that.
What up?
I just want to say I've seen the way that Steve just articulated that Paul speaks to everyone. I've been spoken to that way by every man out here almost, and I just ask people to check whether they could ever see Paul as being sincere. You know, so, and if you can't see someone through sincere eyes, then
Bex is,
why would you listen to them? Because
making
to me, it's
excuses
just
for
like,
people.
I don't know. It's just that then you're looking at a hopeless situation. And I just don't, I'm not a hopeless person. So, you know, I really appreciate each and every one of you,
You still have a long ways to go, Smith, before you're Scott
you know?
2B.
But I know I'm not going to stop. I'm not going to not hit links because I'm concerned about everybody else's views and them concerned about Bex being confused, you know? So I appreciate the strength and fortitude in each and every one of us and the intelligence in each and every one of us. And, you know, I do not see Paul Unslaved has done anything different to me than anybody else out here that's done those kinds of things to me personally. Right. And there's many men that haven't. So, you know, again, I may be taking up too much time here, and I'm sorry, Jack, you're very patient, you know, but I really appreciate each and every one of you, including Paul Unslaved, and I'll continue to grow on this metaverse with you all. And much love to you. God bless you, Jack, and every one of you and all your chat members, and Paul and London and Z and Venus and Cynthia and everybody. I love you all. See you later. Bye for now.
Much love, sister. Thank you.
Peace, Bex.
London?
Hey.
You've been quiet, man. But your energy is a smooth. You know, I appreciate you being here.
Just do you know who booted you? I got kicked as well
calm.
For calling Snafu a pedo.
I'm quite upset. I'm not. Well, I was actually.
Which? Can anybody tell me this? Who has pedophilia on their mind constantly 24/7, except for somebody who is one, or like an SVU, a cop who works in like that department full time, right? Like maybe just a small sliver of actual cops, but the ones who are full time doing that sort of shit. Who's got that on their mind constantly? It's a good question to ask ourselves.
Good to hear from London, man.
I'm gonna throw you up there, and sincerely, brother, sincerely,
Jack,
an honor and a pleasure.
And just so the crowd knows, Jack knew what he was doing when he let Paul appear with me. He knew that was going to let the floodgates open. He understands exactly what he's doing. But I came here with open eyes, Jack. I've avoided your channel for a while for certain reasons, not because I don't like you. It's because I'm trying to distance myself from certain energies. But the reality is, Jack, there's no hiding from certain energies. We're all here. Okay. We're all front and center. Look at us, you know. And we've made a decision to be here, Jack. Right? You and I have made a decision to come here consistently and present ourselves for good or for bad. Whatever fucking comes from it, right? And all the crazy dynamics that happen in between. I just want to emphasize my thought is that that we keep our eye on the greater goal here. Stop limiting ourselves. They're just limiting us with the algorithm.
What?
They're trying to make all this
something
division.
YouTube stream from hell.
I see it with Jack. When Jack
my
tries
Spanish
to
is my 2 years of Spanish
take a higher course, there's always energy that's going to bring it down. The same thing's happening to me. All right, I'm just going to keep out here speaking my truth. Jack's going to speak what he, feels is true. There's an objective truth, but we all have our opinions on it. It's another thing, Jack. This idea of that we can know what truth is, maybe it's about identifying what the lie is, because I might not know what the truth is, but I could sure identify a lie, right? So once we uncover this lie, then we uncover that lie, and we could pull the rock.
This is not an open link. This is a Scott link.
A lot of the deception. We give people an opportunity.
Everybody else has to
email me.
Truth. Oh shit! I didn't.
And that's where I'm in my journey. I'm not
Anybody else who wants to
come people that I know what truth
email me
is,
first.
And I have
and I'll send you the link.
Market on all things true. But what I can tell people is maybe I could show you a lie.
Panel's not open right yet. Unless I've sent you
we were saying earlier,
I've sent you directly an email
challenge
or
our
a text.
fundamental belief
This
system.
link is not for you.
We can challenge our preconceptions.
Yet.
Maybe we can facilitate some change, because that's what we really want. Whether it's Paul or Z or Talcott or whoever, we see a world that is in need of remedy. We see a course of action and we see where things are going. We all likely have a certain intent.
I would tell you who did it, but I can't.
We all come in this
I'm
with
not
our
one
own
anymore.
belief systems. Challenge what you believe. Don't be afraid to call a lie out for being a
Scott,
lie.
I dropped that. I did
Truth.
drop the link for you though.
And at least we have an opportunity, Jack.
Oops.
But I love you, Jack. I love you. You know,
I didn't. I dropped the wrong link. I don't know what that is.
Brother, do me a favor.
YouTube, probably.
If you got an opportunity,
probably
I
Jack's
want
stream.
your logo next to mine, at least for just a moment. Can you go off screen? I mean, just off cam. I mean, there we go. There we go. See, now there's something about this right there, right? The two men behind those two logos. There's something fucking amazing to be found behind those two logos right there. So it sounds like coming up on Monday, brothers and sisters, I know there's a lot of loyalty there's a lot of loyalty in the listeners and the viewers. And so Monday, I really don't mind. I enjoy that you may be sharing time. I hope it's a good fit for you and your schedule. I'm looking at adapting my own. So we're going to figure this out. And I actually notice a lot of the views I get are.
God damn it. What's up, Joe?
I got booted. I'm wondering how long you've been watching Jack. He booted my ass again today.
No, I've been watching. I've been watching for, I don't know, an hour maybe. But I've only been over here, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes.
All right. Wait, that seemed like a long time ago since he booted me.
Yeah. No, I got dunked for 60 seconds. But
did I hear Z say that Paul went over there today too?
I don't think Paul did, but Paul's always watching. Somehow he's able to know everything everybody says on every show.
I thought Z was saying that the reason Jack let Paul on is because he knew so and so was going with me over here is because he knew so and so was going to happen. He could have been talking about a different day or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see the beginning of this, just sort of the end. So yeah, I'm trying to get Scott. Did you see? I don't know if you saw the video I uploaded a few days ago. It was actually it was of Scott telling stories. Cynthia took it down from her channel because she thought it was too spicy, but she gave me the live stream. Yeah. Anyway, Scott was over there, and I've invited him to come tell more stories if he's got them.
Yeah, he's got some good stories.
It's interesting because like when we talk about the Sovsit stuff, it makes me fucking crazy. Scott makes me crazy when we talk about that shit. But when he's telling stories, man, he's in the zone.
Mm-hmm.
What up, homies?
What up?
Yeah, I loved that video, Joe and Flo, but I recognized I already got 2 strikes on my page. If I get one more, I'm out of there. So
damn, it's that spicy. And what are you doing with 2 strikes on your shit, man?
I got
you're getting snapped, probably.
No, I got no. I know who it is. It's somebody from a whole different place. She's on my.
How do you get strikes though? Oh, right. They give you opportunity to take it down, an opportunity to get in touch with the person. You got to disobey a few rules. How do you get struck?
Well, I used her head on those videos of mine.
And they're mad. So really, that's the thing?
They took 8 of my videos because I made a comment about a guy that she likes.
I didn't know you could do that.
Listen, he's a beast like none other. And she makes everybody over here look like a cakewalk.
And you've challenged these strikes and you still got...
Mm-hmm. So I'm just writing them out. But this conversation was really, really good. So I'm glad that I definitely knew that night that I wanted to give it to Flo. A, I know he would know what to do with it, and B, alley-oop a partner. You know what I mean? Like alley-oop him. So it is good conversation. We had a conversation of Scott was revisiting his sexcapade days.
Yeah, and it also works out great because I have no strikes, and I'm on my last. My one warning is about to roll off. Hey Cecil, I'm not opening up the panel yet. I'm just waiting for one person specifically, and I've given them both links beforehand.
Yeah, Scott's got a million of them. In fact, it's nice to give him a floor like this because he's usually trying to work them into a conversation where they don't belong. It's awkward. He's trying to tell you about how he went on a fucking flight with Journey when we're talking about metaphysics or something. Because he wants to tell his story.
Right. Yeah. It was interesting because before that, what up? Before this, earlier in the stream, before the section that I've uploaded, he brought up like him and I doing something where we tell sort of party stories, and I guess I just that was before I heard one of his stories, and then he started telling stories, and I was like, damn, I bet he does have some shit up in there.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, Scott, I'm down. So I remember I've heard he has good stories.
Hey, Z, if that's you, throw your camera on, please.
Oh yeah, Z was killing over there before I got my goof ass booted.
Salute.
Z, you were inspiring. You were inspiring today.
Z, you got me booted.
Oh really? I wasn't just a broken hoe apparently, and I wasn't just hating on the ultimate hater.
You inspired me to step up my monologue game.
I mean, I don't want to come here and just derail the whole fucking thing, but
no, we weren't talking about that today.
You're waiting for Scott. Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate it, Cynthia and Joe. It's just look, I'm just saying what I feel is true. It doesn't fucking matter what anybody thinks. Certain people are going to have their narratives and they're going to run with it. I'm speaking to people who can hear my voice. All right. And
it resonated with me, bro.
So it is what it is. There's certain people that they're going to go with their little narratives. They're goofy at this point. They're going to continue. Flow state, man. My point I was trying to make is, do what you're going to do. It appears to be at his own demise at this point, dude. Like that's what I'm thinking. It appears. Go ahead. Sorry.
It's like, I don't know. I'm not having a good analogy, but it's the thing that's keeping him relevant. It's also the thing that's making him irrelevant. Is this sort of antics?
Right. Are we talking about Paul Snaffle?
Paul. Well, I mean, it applies to both of them, I think. But
but you're right. It's the thing that is keeping him relevant, but at the same time, it's probably hindering him much, more.
Well, it's not. It's just. It doesn't appeal. It gets loopy, and it's not gonna grow. There's not really anywhere to go with it.
Yes, it's bad for him and his.
I think that you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose your audience faster than you're gonna gain audience playing that game.
Or
I
gain
would think.
An audience
I don't know
that he probably doesn't want. Might be comforting now just having a bunch of people agree with you, but he'd feel better, educating and blah blah blah.
About what, Angela?
She wants to me and debate Joe about the Earth. I'm not going to come here to Flow States and start talking flat Earth with Joe.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
I love you, Angela, but
I had Dave and Nick Volt over last night.
Yeah, I mean, Angela, Joe and I have gone at it. Joe's already come at me with the space station and everything. Joe and Angela, we've done that dance already. It would get old for everybody real quick.
Angela's correct. I seem to have an endless appetite for it. Yesterday, I told Guru I'd come over there like seconds before he got a 4-minute countdown. And I'd come over here and see you live. Well, I'm like, motherfucker, I just promised Guru. But I was over there all night. And it was a really good conversation. Guru's always trying to help you grow in that type of shit.
I guess I had an email from Scott. too. So all right, I just
So
sent him the
that's
link
who we're
there.
waiting for. Scott 2B of all people. Holy man!
I know.
What,
Who would've thought?
what's the nature of the
Okay.
conversation? What am I? What am I
So
missing?
a few days ago, Cynthia had a panel, and he
Wait,
started.
hold on. I saw this flow state about he had two girls going down on him, and
Yeah.
Scott, we're all calling bullshit on that one, bro. I don't know. These guys,
I believe him. Look, you can tell when he's telling those stories, he's enjoying the fuck out of those memories. He does.
Right.
There's specifics, there's fluidity, and then he'll just stop and like kind of start laughing at his own bullshit. You know, like I believe 100% that those are real stories.
Wow.
well, he's got a history in the music industry, somewhat, doesn't he?
He does. Yeah.
That's the claim. Yes.
You know, he's
probably
got something
did some
going
writing. He sung some of his or read some of his lyrics and stuff for me a couple times.
Oh yeah, he sang one to Katie.
All right, I'm hungry, man. I'm gonna go see what's in the kitchen.
Yeah.
But so Joe Cool goes to eat on his fifth munchie trip of the day. It's not munchies if you just always have the munchies, Joe, at that point. So here's the thing, Flow State. What we're saying about these people's behaviors and how it's self-limiting, because it's all right. Here's my take on the whole thing. It's like these environments is that there's a core audience that everybody has, right? But then there's the ones that come and the ones that go, right? You could look at it maybe like a bell curve or something similar where there's the core and then there's the people coming and there's the people going. But the reality is over time, if you can't maintain an audience and you just lose people, you can maintain your core. But if you can't build an audience quicker than you're losing audience, your channel's going to a death spiral. Okay.
Yeah.
They have us locked into these algorithms. Like our numbers are all so insanely consistent. Flow State, it seems to me to be engineered. Like, why does everybody have the same numbers every day for months on end with ebbs and flow, obviously, but in the whole, so the numbers don't add up anyway. Go ahead.
It sort of adds up to me. I don't know. Because if you think about like your own behavior as a consumer of YouTube, I tend to return to the same shows that I've watched before, right?
Right.
Whether or not I like Jack or want to murder him, I'm probably going to at least click on his stream every day.
Right.
And my audience is about the same way. My shorts get by far the most new viewers.
Yeah.
But it doesn't convert into a lot of new subs. Sort of like me. Most of the shorts I watch, I don't sub to. So I don't know. I think my numbers make sense to me.
Well, I guess my point is, if one is not able to grow their audience, then what's your channel? So when people engage in like the same loop and they want to just hold on to the same things, your new audience is not acquainted with that old material. Now, they could become acquainted and kind of get in on the joke, but after a while, it's like, what did they even say? Like, you know what I mean? And like, it gets crazy, dude.
It takes an investment, a time investment into the history to appreciate what's going on in the present spin, I think. And what are we on? Ask Tommy, season 4, season 5.
He told me not to talk about seasons anymore. He said he's over seasons.
What? I like that feature.
Me too.
At this point, it's who knows, man. We're somewhere.
Yeah,
so
I don't know. But I mean, it is like the lowest common denominator content. And even though I think we all kind of enjoy it on at least some level, it's not anything that I would invest time into getting caught up on.
Right. Well, that's what people don't understand. All the cultists are saying, "Oh, Z, you're this," and Daddy's name in your mouth. It's like they're obviously overlooking the facts of who's the progenitor here. Who's the one who won't let things go for months and months and months on end, demonstrably. Yes. And that's the thing, Joe, as I'm trying to say is like, let's just, if we're going to have this goofy, silly, looping conversation, can we try to be truthful in some way, or are we just going to believe lies? Can we just try to be
truthful? It would kill a loop, right? If motherfuckers told the truth and accepted the truth, it would be too easy.
So, hey, it looks like Jack shuttled people over here. Yeah, Yeah, we're gonna. What I think that Scott just emailed me asking for the link. So this is not going to be the whole topic tonight. It is not an open panel yet. It may be in a bit. I want to let Scott get in here first.
And talk
Jack,
about he gave
if
some
Jack would
dude a
like to come up and
blowjob.
hit the link is there. I do appreciate the shift over here. So if you'd like to join us, we're sort of waiting on Scott, but that's not an open panel link yet.
Yeah, and I don't remember why I got booted today anyway, Jack. Maybe you could remind me.
I don't know, Joe. It couldn't have been the fact
you would have.
consistently interrupt people. Instead of just Googling a concept, you ask people to fucking elucidate it. Go hit the fucking. If somebody says a word, Joe Cole's like, "Oh, what does that word mean? Somebody tell me." I'm Joe. I'm Joe too cool to Google.
Yes. Yeah. See, as long as Jack's listening.
But see, I kind of get it. There's because people understand different concepts differently, and so you don't know how that person is understanding it, you know.
And really, Susie, a lot of this shit is new to me. I haven't heard these terms. A lot of them are the first time. I know that's surprising. A lot of these shits are the first time I'm hearing them. Now that I think about it, yeah, Jack booted me. He said I would not let him speak. But I noticed, Z, you had the floor most of the time. All I did was maybe ask you for some clarification or something. He didn't give you shit about not letting him speak.
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing, Joe. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll speak. I don't want to speak for Jack, but let's go for facts, okay? I've only been on Talcott's panel like 2 or 3 times, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're pretty much there every fucking day, dude. Like, I'm not saying this to be an asshole. It's just the reality. So I'm on there. Obviously, who's gonna get the energy in the conversation? You know, Jack and I had a history with each other. It's kind of was like an event for me to be on Jack's channel for him and me and certain people. So I'm just wanted to get that out of the way.
No. I get that. And I'm an adult. Had those words come out of Jack mouth, I understood, gave you cast the floor. But instead, he chose to yell at me and interrupt me. Joe. Like he can't speak like a normal guy and say, "Hey, Joe, let me get a little wild with Z." Not a problem. You don't yell at me like I'm a kid.
You don't allow me to speak. This is the whole point. I mean, Joe, and it's not the first time we've had that conversation. You've got
You're
a pattern.
wrong then too.
You've got a pattern of showing up on my panel asking everybody but me questions. And it's like, huh. And then when you do ask me questions and I give you answers, you accuse me of not answering your questions. And I'm like, huh. Okay. Well, Z finally shows up after, what the way Z described it was absolutely spot on.
What about
And
this?
We're talking about like months and months, bro. Like,
what about
Joe,
the shit I said about
Joe, you're on Jack's
adults
panel every
communicate?
fucking night.
You got
dude.
no reason. You're out of pocket and you deserve to get yelled at when you come at a person like that. You could just say what you're saying now without all that attitude. You always trying to check a motherfucker, man.
Is that me or you, Joe?
That's
Yeah,
you.
Joe, you come with that same
when I'm
vibe,
talking, you don't just say yes because he brings it out of me. I've been in the ghetto too fucking long. When I see somebody trying to play the tough guy, I get angry. But really, as opposed, I am very fucking pliable, man.
It's got to be. Can you flick your camera for me? I can't tell if that's. And we might have Scott.
Yeah.
We might have a Scott.
No. Oh, I was about to say. Someone's
the man of the hour.
All right, gotcha.
The pimp himself.
That's good, Scott.
Scotty.
Howdy. What's going on, fellas?
Oh, I just saw you down there. The people are loving the stories.
Oh yeah.
I knew they would.
Yeah, you were on one.
And we just need to write a script.
No. Scripts are fake. When you're telling stories off of memory, though, that shit's good.
Reality feature, then.
I actually remember where we were at. If you need me to remind you.
Oh, I think we all do, Cynthia. I don't think we'll ever forget.
Okay.
I think he was blowing some dude, right?
No,
he
was watching
just
his blowjob.
Yeah.
Right. My question is, Scott, did you have enough shaft for the both of those broads, or did one have to work the balls as the other? You know, what's the? Give me the logistics
One had
behind
to
that whole
lift up
situation.
the shed over the tool.
What?
Then it was all him.
What? I have a feeling that you're referring to balls and cock, but I'm not
No,
sure.
when you have a fucking beautiful tool like I have, you have to build a shed over it. So, you know, hence why I have a little girth.
I'm just, I don't know.
You don't know where to go with that. That's
I
fine.
just don't even know what that means.
Moving. When your belly stick out further than your dick do, that's because it's a shed over your tool.
Okay. So,
you see?
Okay.
White
How did
people
they build a
problems.
shed over it?
When you have such a nice tool, you build a shed over it.
Okay. I get it. So you're saying that you got fat because your belly's beautiful or because your dick is beautiful.
Exactly. Had to cover
Okay.
it. So it didn't
That
get
makes sense.
something.
I don't know. I've never
don't
been
get
there.
wet in the rain. I get it.
I don't
so
know
it
these
don't get wet.
analogies because I've been able to see mine for my whole life.
That's a new one. I respect that.
So yeah, no.
So, Cynthia, do you want to?
Yes.
Walk us
love.
in?
Okay, so.
You think that's the good story? We should. Where do you want to go, Cynthia? Tell
Okay,
us.
so we left off. He was at a party with this lady named Dippy Doo, and this
Why
lady.
didn't I tell you when I got Dippy Doo? Don't make me talk about her anymore.
Okay.
What else do you got about her?
You never told us what she did because
With
Z,
the
she
hammer
bought
or
a
about
house. She bought a house right down the street from him.
No, that's her sister Sherry. I never
Okay.
dated Dippy Doo. Dippy Doo was fucking always after me and actually kind of chased my girlfriend into thinking that we had something going on between us. I mean, she knew when my girlfriend would be coming home and would come down to my house, and I'd have to open the fucking door and walk out in the front yard to try and stay out of this bitch having me cornered in a room or cornered in the house and my girlfriend thinking there was something going on. I mean, and Tiffany came out of New Orleans after Katrina. So it was I didn't realize she was a little bit,
Not mentally sound.
yeah, she was touched by an angel. What do you want?
So take us back because this is a party and he won't discuss, who he's with or whatnot. But can you take us back to the very first time you're on the road? This is a new experience. Your first party's just popped off and you've realized I'm not in Kansas anymore.
I am, though.
You're asking about smoking pot with my English teacher before I ever went to high school.
Yeah,
Sure.
we are.
That sounds like a good thing.
So I've been in a lot of trouble in my life, and one of the earlier problems was I have a foster brother, which is kind of like a rent-a-kid, right? So
were you in foster care, or did your
how did that happen?
parents foster?
Not me. I was threatened with like fucking military boarding school, all kinds of shit, and ended up going to juvenile detention for, I don't know, 2-3 days until I conned my parents into saying, hey, I'll do whatever you want. I'll even mow the fucking yard. I'll pull all the weeds. Just get me the fuck out of here. I didn't really have a problem being there. I mean, I've been locked up a few times, and my size and my agility has always been something that keeps me from getting fucked with. I mean, if you fuck with me, I end up taking you to a wall. It's not that hard. So the first time. Okay. So I'm a kid, and my foster brother and my neighbor across the street decide they're going to go. My foster brother's been kicked out. Okay. He's 17 years old. I'm 13. I'm now hanging out with him again after a few. What did he do? I think he stole a goat cougaran from this guy, Bob Bird, who was turned out he was having some problems with people. I don't want to go too far into that, but trust me, in the foster care system and some of the crazy stuff that went on, one of these social workers he ended up living with. There's some stories I'll tell at a later date that get very.
Hold on, we gotta do it. We got a carpet bomb. Thank you, Steve, for the memberships.
That's growing on me.
That clip stays fucking awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely growing on me. So
That's insane.
Thank you,
did
Steve.
your parents just automatically take in foster kids, or was this just a one-off?
This was the one and only, and actually, it kind of ruled me. He was in and out, and then by the time I was 13 and got in trouble, it kind of sent me out of the house, and that's where I ended up with music whole story going on. But needless to say, so he's been kicked out. He's living with this guy. Then he gets arrested because this guy who was a social worker at the children's home catches him stealing a gold Cougaran, a 1-ounce gold Cougaran. So he gets arrested, blah, blah, blah. Then he gets out. He convinces my parents that he's going to go straight and fly right. So they give him a Dodge van, which was our camper van. It had a stand-up toilet and that and all. And myself, him, and my neighbor across the street, who I think Tom had failed twice. So he's in grade above me, but should be fucking graduated in my sophomore year. But he's there with us, and we're going cross town with the camper van to pick up all his shit from Bob's place. Well, they decide, because I hadn't even, at that point, I think I'd burned once or twice, and was weird on it. I was pulling Bill Clinton's, not inhaling. So they decide on the way to the other side of town that they're going to stop in the dark section of town and they're going to pick up some weed.
From Joe Cool.
Right, the dark section.
We go to this bar, and they're these two guys. Okay, so my foster brother's 4 years older than me. Tom's 2-3 years older than me. These two guys are telling me, get in the fucking bathroom. I'm like, fuck you. They're like, get in the bathroom. Well, I'd just gone with them, had one of them buy a Playboy, so I'm in the fucking bathroom. I could actually probably go through Playboys and find the girl I was checking out going, what the fuck? Oh, this girl was beautiful. But I remember that girl specifically. She looked like she had a plastic body. It was so beautiful.
What were you doing in the bathroom?
Well, no, I was just looking at it. I'll be honest with you. I didn't even know how to jerk off much at that point.
Lies. Go ahead.
That is a lie, but it wasn't much. So I said the truth, sort of. At any rate, I wasn't going to do it in the bathroom. At that point, So
oh, shit. Thank you, just to me.
So we pull up on this bar, and guys come to fucking both sides of the van. And there's probably, I can hear them. There's probably half a dozen on one side, a few on the other. And my brother Rob and Tom, my friend, both buy out of each side of the fucking van. So we drive on, and I come out of the bathroom, and I'm sitting on a cooler. It was a round igloo cooler between the seats. I get seated in that, and they go maybe 2 blocks, fucking maybe 3, turn down a side street, and I'm sitting there as one of them's looking at it, the other, they turn the light on, they're like, one's going, this isn't weed, and the other one's like, this is. And I'm sitting between them going, what the fuck? And all of a sudden, I just see this like flash in my eye, on the corner of my eye. I'm like, so I look back, I see a flashlight walking up the side of the fucking van. I'm like, guys, before I could say anything, there's 2 cops, and they're pulling them out, and fucking one of the fucking guys throws I guess it was oak leaves, it said in the report. So it throws oak leaves on the fucking dash right up. Tom throws it, and then Rob sticks his right between my legs. We all go to jail. So I have to write these book reports and bullshit, and did a bunch of, it was 13 book reports on one subject, marijuana. There weren't.
That's what the judge had you do?
It was arbitration. So okay. I was a kid, 13 years old. The arbitrator said I had to pay fines. I had to do community service, and I had to do 13 book reports, 2,000-word essays on marijuana. There weren't 13 books on marijuana in the early 80s. Okay. I was reading Ed Rosenthal, High Times. I had to get one that was How to Grow Hydroponics. And it was basically,
basically go learn everything you can about this.
Yeah, basically.
So at fucking maybe 5 or 6 books, my dad looks at me and he says, "Son, I'm going to regret this." I'm like, "What?" And he goes, "You're going to have to learn about other drugs." And he pulls out books from the library. We go to a couple, but my dad runs a mall. So we've gone to bookstores at the mall. He's even asked them to fucking purchase books and have them brought in. There ain't that many books at this time. So I start reading about Timothy Leary. I read about all kinds of stuff. And, of course, when I meet people in music later, it's, a young kid that knows everything. Here, yeah, we can get mushrooms right over here. So it was just kind of insane. But so we get arrested, and this shit's fucking, about insane. I end up learning all this stuff, and then right at junior high, I go to the Rockstar. I think I told this on your on Jesse's platform. But I sell some, I'm selling just bullshit from high school, and I get to know this guy. But my dad built him a house, so I already kind of knew him because my dad knew him, and I'd met him once or twice with the band. And this is Robbie Steinhardt from the band Kansas. This is a completely different guy, different rock star than the party.
He's not the one who was at the previous party with you?
No. But it was somebody I met through him. I mean, pretty much everybody I met was through him.
And the guy from Kansas, this is the dude that was like, he was like a big brother to you, basically, wasn't he?
Absolutely. And that's, a lot of things stem from him. Working on Mercedes Benz with a fucking mechanic that looked like cross between Cheech and Chong, that got me involved with the outlaw bikers running shit. I had no idea what I was into until I found out what I was into. Okay, this is kind of fucked up. How long have I been doing this? It was pretty much like that. Looked at the guy. I'm like, "How much am I making an hour?" And he goes, "How much are you making an hour?"
Speaking of, shout out to the motorcycle clubs in the chat. I see you, Panhead.
But there's that group of people saved me on a number of occasions. One particular I'll tell you about sometime, Bottle Club, where I'm with a beautiful fucking model from Brazil. I mean, beautiful girl that actually knew Giselle. And these guys start fucking with me, just like, "What are you doing with this fat fucker?" and all this. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, what's going to go on? Now, I know the bouncer at the club, but I didn't even have to fucking go up to the bouncer. A biker saw this that I kind of thought I recognized, but didn't know if I did. And this guy recognized me from back in that day with the Mercedes Benz and all that. And he just walked over and told these guys, he said, "Listen, one of you or both of you are going to leave in a box. The other might get lucky and go in an ambulance. If you fuck with this guy one more second." And I'm just sitting there. My girlfriend's like, "Who the fuck was that?" I'm like, probably a good friend, just didn't even know. But the guy that owned the place, I mean, he was wrapped up in that too. It could have been anyone in there that said, but I think it was more tied to the association, to be honest with you. So going back to get arrested, all this, learn about all this stuff, end up becoming friends with the rock star, end up fucking having a bunch of fun. And that arrest, where was I going with that? There was something. So I end up smoking with him and partying and whatnot because I just know all about these. So this is the high school teacher. So it happens to be I'm 13, maybe going on 14. I haven't gone to the high school. I'm still at another parochial school, but I'm about to get kicked out there. Or actually, I just got kicked out before New Year's. So here I'm on fucking restriction. My parents are out at a New Year's Eve party, and Robbie's house is thumping the neighborhood. He's got EV speakers in the house. He's got them out on the back patio by the pool. And I mean, he could put a fucking sound show on in his house. So I've hung out with the guy. I've gone to the mall playing video games with him because my dad at this point used to be a custom home builder, but now he's a marketing director at a mall. And they've got a badass fucking game room. And Robbie's at this point picking me up from the bus stop, and we're going to the fucking video game arcade almost every day after school. Needless to say, the party's going, and I decide I'm going to walk down the street. Now I'm smoking cigarettes, Marlboro Lights. I'm 13 years old, and I'm already rolling joints with one hand walking down the streets. I'm getting pretty good at it. At this point, this is probably 8 months, 10 months after getting arrested. I can't tell you, maybe a year. But
that was probably some decent street cred for your age then.
I had way too much street cred. Period.
Right.
Way too much. Way too much. I could walk. I actually did. I walked into every situation that you couldn't imagine I could have gotten into, but just could talk the shit out of them. So which is probably why I'm very verbose these days. So I'm walking down the street now. Okay, let me go back and tell you a story. Robbie and I are hanging out all the fucking time. Okay, but Robbie
Who's
has
Robbie?
what he uses.
Sorry, who's Robbie? Did you say who Robbie was?
For Kansas.
Okay, right.
The band. Okay, so we hang out all the time. We go to the mall all the time. Sometimes he's at the bus stop waiting for me in his fucking Grand Prix brown with the fucking top. What is it? Soft top? Not a drop top, but canvas top, whatever, cream color. Just a badass fucking car. I used to love that car. That or the Mercedes, one of the two. His wife drove the Mercedes. She got in real estate with our family. Actually, was in it before our family, but she was in it herself, not with another company outside of our family. But I think my mom might have got her into it. Needless to say, Robbie. One day we go back to his house because I think the checkbook wasn't there or something. Now, when Becky, his daughter, was born, before that, when he and Mary got pregnant or were getting pregnant, somebody had given them 2 big fucking piggy banks made like pigs, a female and a male pig. Robbie, come to find out, had been stuffing fucking money and all kinds of shit up in these pigs and drugs. Okay, I found out that particular day that he'd been stiffing drugs up there because we're shaking this pig between us. We're literally sitting Indian style on the floor in his house on Pelican Island. We're shaking this big pig between us. I'm already stoned. I'm fucking literally,
Wait. There's drugs in a pig?
That would come to find out there was weed in there and Quaaludes. Lemon
like
7
a pig, an actual pig.
It's a ceramic pig.
Okay, a ceramic pig. I must have missed that. I was like, what the fuck?
Both of them, there's 2 of them. There was a male and a female, and it looked like they were hand painted. I think that Roy, Mary's brother and sister-in-law Vicky, may have given them to him, if I recall correctly. Pellegrini was their last name. At any rate, these pigs stood up about 3 foot tall, I think. I mean, they were heavy as fuck. It took Robbie and I both to hold one up and shake it to try and get money. And we're sticking our fingers going back and forth between us, scraping our fingers on this fucking ceramic going up the asshole
the pig.
At the bottom. Huh?
You were fingering the pig.
We're fingering, pulling money out, pulling 50s, 100s, pulling all kinds of money out of this fucking pig. I'm a kid going, this is fucking exciting. This is crazy. So we're shaking it some more to move the thing, shaking it. And Robbie pulls it out of my hand, and this fucking thing busts in a fucking dozen pieces. And I mean, everything comes out. And Robbie's like, you're in trouble. I'm looking at Indian style on the floor, and this is a fucking rock star, long hair, big, thick beard. And he's like, you're in trouble. And I'm like, what? He goes, why'd you let go? He just starts reeling into me. And I'm like, and then he goes, no, I'm kidding. Don't worry. I'll take the fucking rap for this. Mary's going to be pissed, though. And he's like going through this shit, and he's holding this bag, and I'm going, what is this? He goes, I'm not going to tell you. I'm like, what is it? What is it? Lemon 714s. There was weed, there was joints, there was a bunch of other stuff he had stuffed in there. Probably
Quaaludes, aren't they?
What?
Lemons are Quaaludes, aren't they?
Yes. When they stopped selling them in the 70s, or I think it was the 70s, he told me, he bought 2 jars of 500 of them. So this is probably 3 months prior to New Year's Eve, which I'm talking about now. I go past the party smoking a cigarette. I'm in trouble for getting in trouble with weed, getting kicked out of the fucking Catholic school. I'm getting ready to go to a regular, Jefferson High, a normal public school, right 2 blocks away from the mall my dad works at, believe it or not. Everybody could skip school at the mall but me. I had to get keys and sneak around.
Hold on, let me ask, do you know, just from the hip, do you have any idea what one of those lemons would go for, like back then?
Oh, back then I have no idea. I ended up getting 2 of them, and there was a fucking great feeling. I mean, it was, but Robbie this night, I couldn't even tell you, dude. I have no idea. He bought 2 jars of 500, and I don't remember. I don't even think he ever told me what he paid. So, needless to say, this night I went by him, his park party. There was music everywhere. There was few people walking in the streets. There were cars, 100 cars in the neighborhood. And this is a upper middle class neighborhood on the water and on the bay, basically. So as I'm walking back after I smoked the cigarette, I see Robbie out by the fucking Grand Prix, and this guy's fucking like going through the car, the lights on, the dome lights on, and he's leaned in, and I just walk by. I go, Robbie. He goes, Scott. I'm like, yo, what's going on? He goes, Scott. I'm like, yeah, it's Scott. He goes, what are you doing, Scotty? I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Are you all right? He goes, yeah, man. How are you doing? I'm like, fuck, I'm great, dude. Are you okay? He says, I'm looking for the tape. I'm like, what? The tape. I'm like, the tape. He goes, the music. I need the music. I'm like, the tape. And it hit me. The last time we were his favorite band, his Foreigner at the time, we're listening to Foreigner 4, Hot Blooded. And I'm like, this is okay. That has to be what he's talking about. I'm like, Foreigner? He goes, yes, Foreigner. Like,
was it an 8-track back then?
No, it was a cassette. It was a cassette.
In the 70s?
80s. He said it was in
this is
the
80s.
384.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So
you're old.
He's asking me, and I'm like, we've been to the mall just the other day, and it was in the Mercedes. So he's looking at the Grand Prix. I'm like, it's in Mary's car. He's like, the Mercedes, yes. And I'm like, fuck, he's on blow, whatever. Then I realized it's Quaaludes. He's fucking whacked on Quaaludes. So I get him to the car. We get the fucking tape. We get back in the house, and we go up to the front of the room. We weed through a bunch of people. I see Mary. I see Roy. I see Vicky. I see fucking Rick, who's a singer for the band Robbie plays in now, or when he died, for years he had a band with Rick, but Rick is with Deep South at the time. There's musicians, there's disc jockeys, guys from Chicago, guys from 38 Special were there. And I'm a fucking kid going, what the fuck? This is insane. But Robbie takes me to the head of the room, the front of the living room, the big great room, where it's just walls of albums. It's 2 walls on either side of the walkway to the bathroom, and then Becky's room back there where the pigs were. He stands me there. He puts the tape in so he can stop moving discs, because that's all he's been doing is playing disc jockey, I guess, till I got there. Now he goes, stay here. I'm like, what? You stay here. I'm like, okay, I'll stay here. He goes, don't move. I'm like, I'm not going to move. So I'll be right back. And I mean, this is a Quaalude fucking drunk, probably high on everything.
Did you say that the pigs were in Becky's room and Becky's his daughter?
The pigs were 2 giant fucking piggy banks.
Right.
And they were, when we originally pulled them out, I think are right outside her doorway. When we brought the one out and broke it. So the one was probably remaining there, I'm sure. So at any rate, we fucking we're by the stereo. I'm sitting there. He puts in Foreigner so that he can play a one side of a tape and take a break, I guess. And now he leaves, and there's just a sea of people, and all of a sudden I see him coming back. This is probably 10 minutes, and he's literally got a line of people following him, like 5 or 6 people. So he comes straight to me and he goes, Scotty, take me to the dock. I'm like, what? Take me to the dock. I'm like, okay. So literally, as he would do many times in the future, but at this point, this was like the first time he ever did this. He put his hands on both of my shoulders and drove me. He fucking drove me through the fucking crowd. And everybody followed him, and he was following me. And basically, I opened the door out of the screen room. We went around the little spiral staircase out, and we're out on the dock. And these people follow us. And then he turns around to all of us, and he looks, and he pulls out this fucking joint from behind his fucking long hair and ear. And he goes, this is my last joint from Maui. And everybody's like, oh. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I mean, this is odd. I mean, okay. He burns this.
Why does that matter if it's from Maui? Why does it matter if it's
First time he smoked weed with me. He knows I've smoked. I've smoked in front of him. I've never smoked with him at this point.
Okay.
So this is the first time he's smoking with me. And there's a disc jockey, this beautiful girl. I find out she's a cheerleader for a fucking sports group.
Hey, you're 13 still.
I'm 13 or 14. I'm thinking 13, yeah.
Nice.
And so this is just, I don't remember much after that except eating, talking to people, finding out who people were, forgetting who they were. I mean, there was just a fucking fuckload of people. And I was super high after I smoked that. Drank a little bit and then tried to sneak home. Not even a week later, I go to fucking school and I'm literally walking around trying to find my first class after lunch, which was 5th period. It goes down this L hall. I walk in and this girl that looks familiar is standing there. And I'm like, I'm looking for such and such. She goes, that's me. I'm like, she goes, do you work here? I'm like, no. She goes, are you looking for someone? I go, yeah, I'm looking for this. And she goes, well, that's me. But
to her, you said that to her.
yeah. I'm like, so she I said,
did it work?
I looked at her and I started putting 2 and 2 together. I said, you're a cheerleader. You were at Robbie's party. She goes, oh fuck, literally, and she walked me completely out of the school. She just away.
Why was this rock star having so many kids at his party?
There was only me that was a kid.
And the girl from the high school, right?
He was the teacher.
Oh, she was the teacher. Okay.
Then we start off with a story from when you were in the 70s.
No, the 80s.
The
and it was the first time.
No, it did start in the 70s.
I thought he did start in the 70s, which
that's
was
where
maybe
the
about
fast
3
forward
years
came
old
from
when you were
was the
taking
70s, I'm
Quaaludes.
sure.
He was saying that's where they discontinued Quaaludes in the 70s. So when he found that the jars of Quaaludes, they were already
The whole story was to say that.
And also keep in mind, he was already
to say that I went.
Was you already almost 6'2" at 13 years old?
Yeah. Well, probably 14 or 15 is by the time I was over 6'2". I was probably 6'4" playing football. So 15, I was 6'4".
But at this time, you're a pretty big guy. You don't look like a 13-year-old. Is what
I
I'm
didn't look like a 13-year-old at all. No.
Yeah.
And
they
nor did my
stopped selling Quaaludes in the 70s. Boo Dude bought 2 bottles. I don't imagine they lasted for 10 years. So it was still in the 70s when you was fucking around with them. That put you at about 3 years
he
old.
had stuck some in these fucking big ass fucking pigs. They came out of the pig. A bag of probably 15 or 20 came out of the pig.
They were 10 years old.
Yes, they would have been 10 years old at least. Probably 5, 8 years old.
In 83 or 84, yeah, probably a little less than 10.
All right, go ahead, pimp.
Will they still be good though, guys?
Yeah,
most medic.
Good.
Okay.
Pills expire, but they get weaker, but they don't go all the way.
I'd never taken it before in my life, and I don't know what weakness was. It just made me feel like I was in heaven. And I took 2 at one time with the supervision.
I would imagine, just based off what I've heard about Quaaludes, that if a 13-year-old, even a big-ass 13-year-old, is able to take 2 of them, they've lost a bit of their potency.
No, I was wiped out. Literally. My parents, this was a crazy story. The whole thing that went on. I didn't find out until just lately. My mom, before she passed away, probably 6 months before she passed away, told me that Robbie was trying to take me on the road with him, but her and my dad said no. And I believe that because he took another dude on the road. It was, Nick, a buddy of mine who, Robbie liked to have people waiting on him. He liked to have
a 13-year-old. I cannot imagine letting my 13-year-old go on a fucking.
The 80s was a different time, and this would have been more like, you ever see that Almost Famous? Because Robbie, I hung out with him a lot. I love that movie. Right? And I never the guy, Robbie was friends with, what's his name from, what's his name that wrote the movie and was that kid?
Cameron Crowe?
Cameron Crowe, yeah. He wrote Fast Times at Ridgemont High, I believe. But that was a friend of Robbie's, actually. I believe, if I'm correct, because I know Kansas owned, right there in Maui where the fires were, they owned an apartment complex. And I believe that Fast Times at Ridgemont High was written while they were all vacationing out there at Kansas's fucking place in Maui, and he didn't come out. He just wrote that fucking movie while he was hanging out there with them. So
I
now
believe that.
that's the story I was told. So, needless to say, you can check with Carrie Livegreen from Kansas, or Rich just fucking liked some pictures I shared. But
so can we do that?
yeah, ask them.
Yeah,
I'm not really.
Get the dude from Kansas on the stream.
I'm not. I know him, and I've met him.
I'm giving you shit, sort of.
With them, though. That's kind
right,
of
right. Yeah, I was just calling you because you.
But I got pictures of me with them and all, but that was just we met in time, and would they remember me? Sure, but would they care? Probably not.
I was just giving you shit.
But so I'll tell you now, having this teacher on my side, I literally started writing poetry for grades. I didn't, because she was really cool to me.
Was she hot?
This is a great story. What?
Was she hot?
Super hot. She was a cheerleader for a major fucking sports club. She was hot and very fucking beautiful. Great body. Everything about her smoking. Needless to say, I did a lot of crazy stuff. And in high school, I decided, hell, I got in trouble for fucking weed before I even had anything to do with it. I guess I'm going to sell some now.
While we're name dropping our rock stars, me and Katie were best friends with Hell Yeah.
Hell yeah. There you go. So I get some incredible deals on smoke now because of people I know and things I'm doing. And I'm kind of a cool kid. So I'm getting, where everybody's paying $25, $30 for a quarter in the day back in that era.
I'm swag. Did they have?
I'm getting top shelf, and I'm paying $20 a quarter.
Did they have all the? They probably didn't even have all the nug varieties back then, did they?
No. It wasn't until another probably decade till you started getting the fucking. But we had like fucking tie stick, and we'd get once in a while untied tie. You get Maui. The Gainesville green that was coming in was fucking pretty nice. I mean, you get good sativa and good indicas, but there wasn't a bunch of nugs. Like, we were getting more stock and stuff. And I mean,
let me welcome Venus. Venus just showed up. She's got Rockstar stuff too, right?
Hey, excuse me. Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi.
Hi.
But I'll give the floor over to someone else. I'll make this an Everwood speed.
So you were 13 when you started smoking. Was that the first time you started smoking?
Yeah.
Okay. Joe, how old were you? I imagine you were young.
I was doing heroin by the time I was about 15.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I was doing mushrooms and acid at 14.
Wow.
Yeah, I did coke at 14.
And I was 14 when I did the fucking, but that was only twice Quaaludes.
Me too. I was doing all that stuff by 14. I was in a band by 15.
Yeah, that's cool. Real quick, let me just tell you this story. I decided to take this one quarter and split it up into, $5 joints. I think I had 3 of them. I had 5 $3 joints, and then I had like 4 pinners. I put them in a tape case and brought them to school and got rid of them all. Literally, except the last few that I was selling. I go into the bathroom and I pull the little index card that I had separating the different, so they all stayed in their own little area of the tape case. And it wasn't one that had the little pegs. It was one that just closed, a complete plastic case. But as I'm walking out of the bathroom, the resource officer, Peterman, grabs me. I'm like, oh, fuck. He goes, hey, Richard, I hear you got a tape. I'm like, what? What? No, I don't know what you're talking about. He says, yeah, you have a tape in your book bag? I'm like, no, sir, I don't. He goes, well, let me see. I said, sir, I don't have a tape. He goes, let me see. I said, well, I have an empty tape case. He goes, why would you have an empty tape case? I said, I left the fucking tape in a friend's car. Which car? Whose car? I'm like, I don't know. What does it matter? Let me see the tape case. Well, I know it's empty, but I'm thinking, I'm not going to give it to him, but I guess I have to. I mean, it just kind of moves that way. I hand him the tape case and he looks at it and there's some flakes of shit in it. And I'm like looking at it and he's like, what is this? What is this? I'm like, I don't know. He goes, is that going to test positive for marijuana? I'm like, I don't know. He's putting it up to my face. He's going, is that going to test positive for marijuana? I go, achoo. That fucking guy fucking slammed me up against the lockers. He literally put me in cuffs and drugged me to the office immediately. He was half my size. I'm not kidding you. I'm literally fucking towering over Peterman. And this bitch threw me up against the locker. He was so pissed that I just blew that fucking
That was a good move though. That was smart
Yeah, that
thinking.
was a great move.
You have no idea. I mean, I literally, so I get drugged to the office in front of everybody. I get brought all the way back to his office. I'm put down. I'm sitting on handcuffs, and I'm like, God damn, my head's down. My dad's 3 blocks away at a mall. I'm thinking my fucking dad's gonna put his foot up my ass. I'm going to jail today. Fuck, and I'm going.
Was he mad, or was it like? I think I would have been kind of
My
like,
dad
pleased
never
with the
found
clever
out.
thinking.
My dad never found out.
Really?
Because I'm sitting there with my hands behind my back, my head's down almost between my knees. I'm fucking pretty low at this point, and I hear the voice of an angel. My teacher, she walks in and goes, Officer Peterman, can I talk to you for a minute? I'm like, wait, what? I see my teacher that I've smoked with. I'm like, oh my God, there is a heaven, isn't there? And she goes, can I talk to you? I'm kind of busy. She goes, I really need to talk to you. He goes, okay. He walks out for 10 minutes. I don't know if she showed him her tits. I have no idea. He came back here. He goes, I have no idea what that woman sees in you. Stand up. I'm like, what? Stand up, turn around. He took the cuffs off. He said, if I catch you even around, I'm taking you to jail. I'm like, yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was like fucking straight and narrow from that point on with that. I ended up getting kicked out for a whole nother reason. Certainly.
Well, that's pretty clutch that you got out of that. I got arrested the first time when I was 15, and I was drunk, and I ended up falling asleep in the jail. And there's nothing worse than like waking up because the cop is poking you with a nightstick, going, "Your mom's here." Like, fuck.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Will you just hit me with that
that's
thing
funny.
and knock me back out? I want to stay here.
I'll tell you what.
Well, hang on, Scott. You told a big story. Joe, Venus, do y'all have any stories about?
I got a really good one, but I think
I have a
Venus-
lot of stories if
Yeah,
you
I
want to
think
hear
Venus
stories.
is gonna launch in
Who is
But
it
it's
most
okay. It's okay. You go.
mine's good. This is a good one. Here, put my camera on. This is a true story too. And it's kind of long. I'm going to take after Scott.
Okay.
Our gang, Four Kind of Hustlers, it's part of Vice Lords. Have you heard of them? We're at war with another gang that we're normally friends with. I don't know why we're at war. And we're at a house that sells Happy Stick, if you guys know, embalming fluid. And if y'all know you smoke that shit. Yeah, we call it Wiki Wet, all that bullshit. But we at that joint. And the two gangs are meeting up there, and they're passing out guns and shit. And because they know me the least, they give me a crap ass 38. I go home and get some shotguns, and I come back as they're coming up the street with their guns.
Yeah, I'm going to turn you up a little bit. Keep going.
Yeah, as they're coming up the street with their guns, two of the chiefs pull in their cars right in between the two gangs, and they squash it, and that other gang walks away. So we go to another spot, which is one of my gang's spots, and we're selling drugs that night. And the other gang is still mad. And there are certain rules that we don't really adhere to. And one of them is if only your gang is supposed to sell on that spot. But we had other gangs from the gang we were at war with. We don't give a fuck. We're all friends. But the leaders came over there and said, only the Four Corner Hustlers, which is my gang, and sell. If anybody out here hustling, there ain't a Four Corner Hustler. We coming back and we're going to kill them. And me and my two friends, I'm the only Four Corner Hustlers. They're part of the gang who they're talking about killing. And I tell my man, listen, man, I could stay out here and sell. I could hustle, but, we need to leave because they're going to kill your motherfucking ass, you and G. That's his name, G, the other guy. And they're like, no, I'm going to stay out here, man. The next jab on me, man, I'm going to pop that. Then we can go to the crib. And my man, Boo Man, it's three of us, me, Boo, and G, man. Boo Man walks me a little, a few houses down. He's going to walk me a little way as I'm leaving. As we walk off, they come around the corner, they pull up in cars, they come out the alley, and they just start lighting G up. He's still on the corner. They light him up. Boo Man, he dives behind like a stoop, a concrete stoop. I stand there, I freeze. And they shoot him. He drops. They stand up, come up over him, shoot down on him, spit on him, shoot him some more, and then look around. It's like they look right past me, look back that way, and then they all disappear back into the so and so. I was a teenager, and that was the first cat I saw. Got his head and shit blown off.
Heavy.
How old were you? How old were you?
I was probably about 16 then. I was still in high school. I was probably about 16, 15, 16 or so.
Nice. Well, wow. Thank you for sharing. That's crazy.
Yeah, you should have went first, Venus. It's gonna be a hard one to follow.
Well, I have all kinds of stories, teenage stories, punk rock stories, death metal stories at Wacken in Germany.
Tell a
big
punk rock
festivals.
story.
Or you said that you knew Rob Zombie, right? Like that.
Rob
Yeah,
Zombie.
he came. Well, I don't really have one of actually about that. He was in the same scene as me, the punk rock scene in New York. Him and his girlfriend Sean. And in '87, they kind of just left and went to LA because they wanted to go pro. So they had a really shitty punk rock band. I can't even remember what it was called. It was terrible. No one liked it. But they went to LA and made it big, and then everybody's like, wow. So I don't
Did you ever meet his brother, Spider? His brother's in Power Man 5, the lead singer of Power Man 5000.
Oh, yeah, that band. Yeah, I never met that guy, no. But I hung out all over the place and got to play all over the place. And
How old were you, Venus, when you got into the punk rock scene?
15.
15? And
Yeah.
so you actually left and went on tour at the age of 15, started it?
I was 17 and a half.
Did you meet a fat dude named Scott?
No. No, this is a totally different underground kind of scene at that time.
What city was this in?
New York. The
Oh.
New York hardcore scene.
Oh, what years?
83. My band peaked in 83.
What was the name of your band?
No thanks. We played with the Dead Kennedys, all kinds of people, Husker Du.
If y'all don't get a chance to check out Venus's stream, she has the most awesome music set every single stream before she starts her show. She has beautiful taste in music.
Yeah, I always try to play stuff that's obscure and no one knows about it, and then it also does not have copyrights, big copyrights. So it's good stuff to play.
Have you heard of Slam Bamboo?
No.
It's Trent Reznor's band before Nine Inch Nails. And this is probably going to get me demonetized, but
yes, it is. Don't do it.
Okay, I won't do it.
That might be bad to do that.
I wasn't going to do the whole thing, but you're right. I'll just put the link backstage.
Drop the link for the chat to check them out.
I'll just mute it. Even the look of this dude is nuts. Oops.
Yeah, I got a copyright strike the other day, so for playing something.
I mean, you can look at that drummer. You can tell what sort of music it is.
That's great. Oh, that's awesome. Yes.
That is what it was back
That
then.
is the best.
It's so cool. His hair, his jacket, that was the look.
Well, they look kind of new wave. They don't look really hardcore or anything.
Oh, they're not hardcore at all. I'll put the link.
Oh,
in the chat.
I know. But they have that real new wave, like, classic new wave kind of look for, about that era.
Absolutely.
It's such a juxtaposition from like "fuck you like an animal."
Yeah, well, everybody starts somewhere, right?
I guess so.
I'm a big fan of Public Image Limited.
I've never heard of them.
Oh, Johnny Rotten. That's the one he did after Sex Pistols.
Yeah,
It was
just
more
great.
post-punk.
Just great music. Just awesome. Just everything is awesome about it.
So, how did you get into the punk scene?
Well, well, I was growing up, my dad was like in the music scene, but he was a photographer and he was connected to bands in the Bay Area, like Jefferson Airplane, the Grateful Dead, that scene. So,
Maybe Marty Ballins?
What?
Was it Marty Ballins with Jefferson?
Yeah, well, he was one of the singers. But yeah, so we would fly. We were bi-coastal. We lived in the suburbs of New York City and the Bay Area, back and forth. And I was around those people when I was growing up, when I was a kid. So when I got older, I really wanted to be in a band too and do all that stuff. So I kind of got a head start by knowing people and stuff. And so I was able to get into a band pretty easily at a young age. And I had parents who understood the scene and allowed me to do these things.
That's great. Like you had a good support community system.
Yeah, I was allowed to. I grew up really free. I grew up around hippies who used to walk around naked, and Christmases would be everybody was tripping balls on LSD, and all the kids, we'd be in one of the bedrooms going, "What is wrong with them? Are they okay?" They're like screaming, breaking wine glasses into the fireplace, and that's what Christmas was like around my house every year. I was lucky. I grew up really free and really just privileged, kind of.
My daughter over the last summer, she was with her mom's side of the family. We were out over there, and her grandma had drank some shroom tea, and on the way home I was like, well, I bet you're the only kid in 8th grade who can say that they've seen their grandma tripping shrooms. No, but
yeah, I mean, things were so much freer back then, like the 80s and shit, like 70s. It was great. I mean, compared to now, I feel sorry for the kids now. They don't. We ran wild like banshees.
People that didn't grow up in the 80s.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun, man. To leave the house with a fucking gun.
No, we never
just
did
had
that.
in the 90s and 2000s too.
Yeah, fucking riding a skateboard with a BB gun, a fucking whatchamacallit, a big machete, a fucking, you're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I mean, we ride bikes like that with somebody on this. Somebody riding the bike, somebody fucking sitting on the seat, and somebody on the handlebars. It was fucking nuts what we got away with, and and there's some scars, but
you had kind of a gangster lifestyle when you were a teenager. You were a teen gangster.
Too much street cred.
They're all a little bit chased away from it. It seems.
Yeah, kids these days are pushing. I mean, even am I the youngest one on the panel? I am the youngest one on the panel, and
yeah, probably.
Yeah. Really? Yeah.
82 years old, buddy.
82?
82 years old.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Bullshit. Don't fall
No
for
way.
it. Straight with a straight ass face. He didn't go that far with me. He said 70 something. I was like,
okay. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I drink adrenochrome and
there you go.
Yeah.
Scott probably knows a guy too. He was hanging out with
Scott knows a guy who knows a guy.
If you're hanging out with, it's probably a good thing you didn't go on a tour bus, or you might have been the
I had a good public.
You could probably squeeze a lot of chrome out of Scott.
He's too old, man.
I didn't scare easy. That was one of my problems.
I still have a similar problem.
You want to hear another flow?
Yeah, go ahead.
How about when I figured out I was a drug mule?
Well,
oh no!
When you took a shit,
international or
no, it wasn't that kind of mule. I was literally
the hard way, Flo.
I'm working for a factory trained Mercedes-Benz mechanic. Looks like a cross between Cheech and Chong.
How old are you?
I'm fucking 17. I've been now kicked out of every school I've been at.
Okay.
I've basically gone and gotten my went to night school and finished my education, and thinking about going to college at this point. And Robbie gets me a job working for his mechanic. So I go and I meet Bill, and he looks like a cross between Cheech and Chong. I mean, little Italian guy, about 5 foot, maybe 5, factory trained Mercedes-Benz mechanic, and has me driving Mercedes the next day and running them all over town and picking up body parts and picking up auto trim for an auto trim spot and going to dealerships and picking up parts for Fords and this and that. And there'd be this car or that car, but he mainly worked on Mercedes. And it took probably 3 years, not even, let's see, I think I was 17, 18. So I was 19 when I figured it out. Okay. And I'd gotten a raise or two during this time. I mean, I think I went from like making $6, $7 an hour to making $9. But this one particular day, I'm in a judge and his wife is a senator. I'm in their car, and I've been dropped off at the dealership to pick up this car. Okay. So now I'm in this car coming from a main dealership in the area, and I decided to fucking go ahead and speed a little bit. It's a little 190E, so that gives you, it's a brand new car in this time. So
yeah, they get an idea of the year. Yeah.
What's that? So I hit the gas, and I go over this road on the bridge. I go over this bridge, and as I'm at the top about to come down, I blow the right rear wheel on this fucking thing.
Oh, no.
So I'm like, oh fuck, and so I get over the side, but there was enough traffic that I didn't want to keep going and fucking risk a rim. So I just came down to the bottom of the bridge, but didn't want to go any further because there was people coming and on ramp, and it was a long distance to go up to a dealership that was there, a Ford dealership, and turn in. And I'm like, I'll wreck the rim. I ain't got a chance of the tires surviving that. So let me fucking just pull over right here. So I pull over, and I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm going to go ahead and change the tire right here. It's not the greatest place because I've got people coming on, one behind me and people coming beside me. So I'm like, yeah, fuck it.
People are coming everywhere.
Yeah. So I'm like, I get around to the back of the car, and I start opening up the trunk, and I see duffel bags in the trunk. I don't really think anything about it. And I start taking the duffel bag out because I got to get I'm like, what the fuck? It didn't make any sense. I had dropped her off a week earlier. The senator, I'm not going to say her name. I had dropped her off and forgot that I'm the one that dropped this fucking car off at the fucking dealership. So, not being mindful of this, being, a kid, 19 years old, I had taken her stuff up to the door. I'd emptied out the trunk. The trunk was empty when I took it to the dealership. So a week later, as I'm bringing it back to the fucking shop, I'm now taking a duffel bag out, and I'm starting to take another duffel bag out, and there's 2 more. And all of a sudden there's rocks, gravel. You hear a car pulling up behind you. State trooper.
Oh my goodness.
And I'm going, okay, that's nice. And I just think to myself, what is this shit? And I go to pick up the next one, and right then I smelled that familiar smell, ether. I'd already been around plenty of it. I knew what it was, and I'm like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. So rather than pull the next 2 out, I just shoved that fucker back, and I ripped that goddamn tire out from under there. I didn't care if I ripped the thing apart. I pulled the fucking.
What happened? Where'd he go?
Mike, check Scott. Scott.
Yeah, Scott, you dropped out. If you can hear us, we can't hear you, Scott.
That's pretty.
Venus,
what did he
there's
see
a clicking
in the
noise coming
bag?
from your background, so I muted you, Venus. Just a FYI.
What did he see that was in the bag when he put it back in?
Well, he
Must have
smelled
said-
the ether smell, so that I'm assuming
Oh.
that's a narcotic. What narcotic would that be?
Well, he smelled the what?
An ether?
Ether. He said he smelled
Ether smell.
White
Wow.
powder. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
got you back. Yeah.
Okay, I smelled ether, so I push the other 2 bags back. I get the fucking tire out. I get the jack out.
What do you do with ether?
What's that?
What do you do with ether? Is that's
You
a
get to clean it, I guess. It's more
right?
pure to have that ether smell. It's how
Yeah.
they process it, you know,
It's
before it comes
you get
out
the
of
cut out of blow, right?
What's that?
You get the cut out of blow, right?
Right. I guess. I mean, it purifies it. It's more pure when you have that smell. At any rate, and that's when you get that pink Peruvian look or that shale look. You'll have that's the best.
The yellow flake.
Yeah, that's you're gonna have some really nice looking shit. But don't get high on your own supply. Needless to say, I'm fucking pushing the bags, get the tire out, and I get over and I start. I'm literally. This is kind of hilarious. I'm literally busting my ass as this guy takes his time to get out. I mean, I didn't realize it, but he ends up telling me that he was just blocking traffic for me.
Right on.
You know, because I'm in a shitty spot. I mean, he sees
Yeah.
But so after a few minutes, I'm hauling ass. I mean, he doesn't get out. I'm just thinking I'm gonna change the tire. What the fuck? He stays in his. So I start. Hip it hop. I'm fucking, you know, I get the tire off and all of a sudden he walks up on me. And this guy is a giant brother. He's a big looking bear. I mean, like just got out of jail, big pumping iron for 10 years. He's huge. He comes up, he goes, "You got a flat tire, huh?" I said, "Yeah." I'm looking up at him like Quasimodo probably because I'm bent over fucking, you know, trying to get this tire. He goes, "Oh, is this your car?" I go, No. It's the judges and the senators. He goes, "You're sweating an awful lot." And I dropped this on him. He goes, "You're sweating an awful lot." I go, "My nose is running like a honeymooner's cock." And he started laughing. He buzzed. A neighbor of mine had told me that just a week earlier. I'll explain that to you another time. But I buzzed off something I just heard. This man went into a belly laugh. He just started laughing. He goes, "Did you just say?" I said, "Yeah." And then I told him who said it. And he knew the guy because car dealership area, everybody knew him. This guy had worked for him, evidently. So he knew this guy, didn't ask me anymore, just kind of stayed there and hung out. And I'm like, holy fuck.
He used to make the drug deliveries himself when he was younger. He knew the car very well.
Right.
I have no idea. You could have been anything.
I've bought coke off a uniform cop before. It wouldn't. There might be more truth to that.
It wouldn't be any surprise to me with the things that I know and the people that I know in the circles that this stuff went to. Once I figured out what was going on, I closed. You know, I put the fucking spare on, closed up the trunk. This cop followed me all the way, probably 7 miles back to where I was going, all the way, literally, and then drove on. So
Make sure the drugs got there.
What's that?
Making sure the drugs got there.
Don't have any fucking clue. You have, with as much as was there, Joe, you could be on to something, and I'm not even going to lie.
Scott, 2 years it took you to find out that you were a mule.
I was happy and dumb, and I'm going to tell you what happened. Okay?
Some things never change.
I was going in there, and every week I get a quarter to a half ounce just given to me.
Yeah.
Okay? And I was a smoker. Okay? And this particular moment in time, I went from making $9. I pulled up to the shop, and there's just a big double door that slides open, and you can pull 2 cars out, 3 if they're small at one time, and then you move in, and the lifts were in different directions as you go in. And then the parts were upstairs on the side. You go up, and there was an area over the office. We kept all the fucking parts and shit. And at any rate, I pulled blocking the door, and the boss was trying to back out, and he starts blowing the horn. And I just blew the horn in the fucking car I'm in. He's like, little 190. He's like, "Move that fucker." And I started getting out. I said, "Move it yourself." I never bugged up or talked to him like this ever. But he comes to me looking up, and I'm a big guy, so he's looking up at me. Bill ain't a big guy. He's like, "What the fuck did you just say?" I said, "What the fuck's in the trunk of that car?" He's like, "What? What are you doing in the trunk of the car?" I said, "I got pulled over." Now he starts looking past me. He's like, looking like, what the fuck? This is a guy with beard, mustache, long hair, looks like Cheech and Chong, but a little short version. Completely trying to see, is there somebody behind me? I said, "No, ain't nobody behind me, Bill. He's gone." He goes, "How in the fuck are you here?" I said, "I talked my way out of it." He said, did they even look? I said, no, no, no. Because how much do I pay you? I'm like, $9 an hour. Your wife just gave me a raise like a month ago. He goes, $15 an hour, and you didn't see a fucking thing.
And that was a permanent raise, or that was like a bump for the day?
That was a permanent raise. It was done at that point. From that point on, it didn't matter what I took home. I could take any fucking car home I wanted. I knew at that point what the game was. I made my own fucking side hustle, and that's where you'll find out the strip joints, and I became the man. I mean, you'll have no idea.
How old were you the first time you went to a strip club?
Oh, I would have been there by fucking probably 17, 16.
I got you beat.
Yeah.
I got a fake ID at 15, and I was the same way. I grew. I mean, I was almost this size at 15.
Dude, I was in clubs drinking, but we didn't go to strip clubs. I mean, I was with a rock star going, and at 14, driving him home sometimes when he was drunk.
No, maybe at 15, when I got that fake ID, I was the only one of my friends who had that was able to get in there, and so I drop me off at the strip club, pick me up later. I went in there with a bottle of whiskey in my coat pocket, and I was the happiest little drunk 15-year-old.
Wow.
When you're with a rock star, you know, and this was basically my teenage years, you're walking in the back door to most places. So you don't even have to deal with the fucking front door bouncers or anybody. You're dealing with the club owners, you're dealing with the fucking people that are moving everything.
For
years.
Young kids in.
Damn.
My play partners told me they're with the crew.
So I think that the second part of that sentence takes the fun out of the first part of the sentence, which actually the first part of the sentence might not even be that fun. I don't remember being 7, but
yeah, thanks for that, Kim.
Yeah, that was insightful. God, so many strip joint stories. But Flo, we got to talk about this on some stream. I mean, the method to my madness was epic, and I don't want to tell.
What do you mean the method to your madness?
How I got away with what I got away with. It's epic.
Don't brag, motherfucker. You were a mule for 2 years and took a $3 raise. You could have parlayed that into something better. Don't fucking brag.
That's the years till 19. From 19 to 25 and then on to 30. You have no fucking idea.
What is the method to your madness? We're there now. No I can guess. Let me guess. It's just confidence.
No,
that's it. I mean, that's it, right? You've got the gift of gab. You can talk somebody's ear off, and you confidence, right? I don't know. I just assumed.
Well, I'll tell you this.
That's what it was for me. That's how I got away with all these things. That's why my fake ID would work at a strip club, and nobody else's would. Even though we walked in together, you know.
The confidence was absolutely there, but the play was never just the confidence. The play was always a diversion. Okay. And I'll tell you, I'll give you this much of it. So I'll sell the story a little bit and tell you I was the man. Nobody I thought ever knew I was the man, except the people that I wanted to know I was the man. Okay. Later I found
out. Get him,
Joe. Listen, I'll tell you, Joe, this is going to be the honest truth, and you probably back me up on this, and I'll guarantee you this is the fact. I was the man. I thought nobody knew I was the man. Come to find out, years later, after getting away with what I did for a decade plus, in and out of all the clubs around, all of them, just about all of them, and I'm talking not drinking clubs, just strip clubs, both drinking and non-drinking. So, but strip clubs going in, I had just a couple girls here, couple girls there, maybe a DJ here. I got away with it when I watched a ton of fucking people not get away with it. And later in life, I end up seeing a buddy who I knew that had gone from bouncer to owning his own club now. And he's like, hey, Scott, what's going on, buddy? I'm like, yeah, what's up, buddy? He goes, hey, can you help me out? I'm like, what?
But how did you get away with it? What was the method?
I'm telling you right now. Okay. This is the guy that told me how I got away with it. This guy just literally starts out and said, no. He goes, come on, man. I'm like, how you didn't, Rick? You didn't know nothing. He goes, I knew everything. We all knew. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, they knew over there. I'm like, how did they fucking know? He goes, dude, we knew. And I said, dude, why didn't I get in trouble? You walked fucking tons of fucking people out. And I'll tell you later why I thought I didn't get in trouble, because this is really a cool part in my opinion. All right, but I'm not going to share that here. I'll share it backstage or something. But what he told me was so fucking crazy, I never thought of it. I was a horn dog. That's it. That was the real reason. I never wanted to sell to any of their customers. I didn't give anything up to anybody that walked in the door that I didn't know. He told me everybody there always thought they were a big shot and were selling to the customers. When customers come in, that's our fucking money. You were reaching in our pockets if you took that. And if you took it from the girls, that was theirs. We didn't give a fuck. And that's why they let me go. I didn't dip in their pockets. They let me go.
So the same reason that you were able to be a mule for 2 years is why you were also able to be around the clubs forever. You're doing your own thing. You weren't paying attention, and you weren't trying to.
That's what it looks like. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to shit. That's what it looks like.
Well, I didn't weasel in on their shit. No, I mean, once I figured it out, I made my own. I made my own way. You know, I mean, but yeah, I didn't pay attention to their shit. I didn't try and get like there were high rollers there that I could have probably attached to. I didn't want to. There were other girls that dude, I'll tell you the best trip of ever was getting to some of the higher echelon that nobody could touch. That pussy, they would take me and we would leave the clubs. And I promise you, this was unbelievable. I ended up getting top shelf brass because they get in fights with their fucking man or this or that. Yeah. When we leave these clubs, they take me to fucking gay clubs all the fucking time. It's the only place they wouldn't get hit on.
Gay clubs is where to go to pick up women. I ain't gonna bullshit.
Oh my God. These girls would take me there and I would literally have wingman out of these gays. The gays were coming up to me, buying me drinks, coming on to me all the fucking time. And of course, remember,
but they all got 7 hot chicks with them. The gay dude gonna have 4, 5 straight chicks with him, and all of them are bad.
They are bad.
So did you get more ass at the gay club or at the straight club?
The ass, if you know how to work the gays as your wingman, you're gonna get all the pussy you want.
Yeah.
But see, you were in the friend zone with those girls.
Man. I used to audit the gay fucking club scene strictly for that. One of my friends put me on to that shit, and I never stopped. Man, so many women.
I've always said that if I were like an incel or single or something, like if I were, I would just I would find the Magic Mike tour, and then I just wait outside the building for when that show ends.
Right. Somebody gonna want to jump something.
They're all spent by then.
No, see
no. You don't leave a strip club thinking, "Oh man, I'm good, I'm satisfied." No, you want to fuck something.
Yeah. If you do, you paid too much for it.
Do right.
No, I feel like when he was saying all the girls when they were having problems with their man would kind of take him places. That goes into my theory of it's okay to be in the friend zone. The friend zone doesn't mean you're out of the game. You just gotta wait your turn.
So no. The friend zone waits 6 years for a motherfucker to get drunk.
But that's a different dynamic, right? Weren't you the manager of a strip club or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you were a stripper, and
no,
there you go.
But I'm saying,
that friend zone is different from most friend zones.
Okay.
Don't you think?
No, because in the friend zone, like he just talked about it. He just said all of those girls when they were having problems with their man,
they touched them. Their men were too fucking dangerous. But then some of them, they were still top shelf. I mean, these girls.
Listen, if you fucking something, you're not in the friend zone. The women don't respect that dude at all, man. He don't get no pussy.
No, but if you're in the friend zone, you just have to wait. The right moment's gonna come along. She's gonna be.
You're insane. That'll be 6 years. She'll be drunk and heartbroken 6 years after you met her. You know how much pussy you could have got being a real man.
I'm not saying that's the only thing you're waiting on. I'm just saying don't ever knock off a friend zone person.
But I agree with Joe though. If you're banging them when they fight with their boyfriend, you're not in the friend zone really to begin with. There's just circumstances at play.
I'm the guy they bang when they're mad at their boyfriend. They bang the street dude or whatever the fuck. They don't bang the fucking friend zone dude. He gets nothing but the fucking woes and problem. When they get horny, they call up somebody else.
Maybe it's different for women.
That's how men it is. With men, you get none. With men, you watch them go through different boyfriends and all of that shit.
Friend
You
zone is
get
where
nothing.
simps go to die.
Right. Yes, he's right.
You have to realize in my game when I was playing it years ago, when I was in the friend zone with a few of these girls, the other girls that wanted to be with them because these girls were at the top of the food chain were handed off to me. And if it wasn't for them, it would be for some of the gays that would end up putting me over for these other chicks that were fucking loose hangers on. And
none of that's friend zone shit, right? None of
What's
that's
that?
friend zone. I say none of that's friend zone.
No,
shit.
that's using your ladder the way you need to use it.
Yeah.
That's having to, but friend zone shit. I never even understood that. But then
I've heard you try to sing songs to Katie. I know that you don't understand that shit.
No, I don't. The friend zone. I haven't had a problem with that at all.
Yeah, I don't even know that guy, right?
I'll be honest with you. It ain't much. I never thought it was much, but it was always effective. I'm a poet. I've got the words. I can sing the songs. I remember the ones I've written. I remember a few other people have written, and I can just pull them out whenever I want to. And you get a girl just fucking halfway happy, she's gonna love it every time.
And it's
Do you think
about
though
that.
that you could have got laid without the poems though? I kind of feel
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Yeah, I sort of feel like the poems are unnecessary at that
Well,
point.
no,
like-
the poems give you a starting place. I mean, listen, I'll give you the best one I've dropped, and this one's recorded too. The one that I've dropped probably the most on girls. That's just I call it a panty dropper.
Yeah,
it's blowing me away. Do you want to hear my lyric?
Yeah, go ahead. Give us a.
You didn't sound convinced. Fuck it.
Because I don't appreciate poetry at all. It feels like part of a song to me, and it's the worst part of the song.
I would flow. I'd rather hear the song than some fucking poetry.
Here, I'll play it for you because it's recorded. It's not fucking. I don't like the tempo it's recorded in.
Well, I don't want to hear a bad tempo. If we're gonna have to hear a poem, I want the live performance.
Fine. The words are the best part. You know, this is what I've just whispered in girls' ears. You want me to just whisper it in your ear?
Would you whisper when you're done? Would you whisper a thank you? Thank you.
Listen to the words.
That's how you get called back again.
Hey,
you
bitch,
thank her after sex.
I'll
And then
just
say,
put the
do I
words
give you
in-
money or something?
Do you want to tell me yes or no? You want to hear just the words, or do you want to hear the song?
Okay, I'll do a poll. I'll let the chat decide if we
Words or song?
I'll
Or
let the
neither.
chat.
Give them neither. Give them neither as an option.
Let's move on, and I'm gonna ask the chat in a poll, and then if they want to hear some shit, then we'll hear some shit, and if they don't want to, then we won't. But
Yeah, I got a good story at a
Hey,
concert.
before you tell yours, I took a chick from high school right across to a hotel.
Get the fuck out of here! Don't you see my name in the title?
God, you gotta share the story time.
No, that was great. Please continue.
Just give me a second. Took the chick across the street from the fucking school to the Marriott, got her in the broom closet, started banging her, and I let go, and I turned around and I go, "Is it good for you?" She goes, "You didn't take my pantyhose off." I'm like, "Oh, fuck."
Oh.
That's why your toes were curling.
Oh wow,
Scott.
Yeah. There was a chick, really gorgeous chick in our neighborhood, and she was just at the party house. It was some of my friends and shit. They had the parents, the mom, the dad was gone, who would let us party over their crib, and she would come in and visit, and it was like their cousin, some gorgeous chick, and she knew all of the rappers. Let her tell the stories. So I was rapping myself, and they would tell me, "Man, you got to meet this chick." Damn it, I almost remembered her name. You got to Darla, Mila, something like that. You got to meet this chick. So I finally get to meet her, and I'm telling stories about all the the famous rappers I've been with, and she's calling me a liar. She's telling her stories. I'm like, hey, that's incredible. I'm telling mine. She's calling me a liar. Well, this is how things work. One day I'm opening up like EPMD, Two Live Crew, Flavor Flav now. Ice T was there. And after me and IC got into a battle and all that shit, after it's over, we're in the back. I think we were hanging out with Two Live Crew. About to go to the hotel. And this knucklehead comes running around from car to car asking for one of the rappers and shit. Turn out she's a bopper. She's a groupie. She's asking us where so-and-so went and all of that shit. Her stories were all about, groupie shit who fucked her after the fucking tour. She made it sound like she was buddies with all these motherfuckers. And we went back to the hotel and hung out. Matter of fact, I had kicked off the bus because somebody picked up a bunch more women on the way. So we had to get kicked off the tour bus to get in the car and went back to the hotel. Flavor Flav had one kid, then he probably got a dozen now. He had a daughter with him, brought her on the tour with him and shit, turned in early to hang out with his kid. But that whole day was a good fucking day, man. Went back to the crib, picked up my little chick and tore off something ridiculous.
You spend much time with Uncle Luke?
I did not. All them chicks they brought with them on tour, they're fucking every last one of them. And I didn't see him at all. I hung out with all of his guys, and we spent a lot of time. And who else was there? Not Goody Mob. Ghetto Boys was there. Scarface and Bushwick.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time with those two guys. That's what we spent most of our time, man. They're both philosophers and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to congratulate Hard Hat on retaining his semen. Hard Hat, we're very proud of you for retaining your semen.
It's difficult, Hard Hat. It's very difficult.
No,
I've been trying to myself.
I just wanted to kind of like do that.
Yeah.
Because it's awkward.
Yeah, I try to retain my semen every 2 days. I seem to.
Hey, Joe.
You, Joe.
I seem to fall off, but I'm getting back.
I don't get it. Like, I've never tried to do it, but I there's part of me that just goes, this is too fucking silly. This doesn't make sense to me.
But don't you hear too many people say it where it must be something to it? I know you see that too.
I hear lots of people say all sorts of stupid shit all the time.
That one, everybody, even people I respect, like Eastern philosophers and shit, they be like, yes, you got to bring your Kundalini by. You can fuck, but you can't come. I've been hearing that since I was a fucking kid, and I still hear it now.
And have you ever tried it?
Well, really, it's because I didn't get none for a day or two, and I tell myself, yeah, I'm building my Kundalini, but I'm just, bad timing or something.
Do you not think that it's a certain exchange of energy?
There is. I heard that too. In fact, there's a old thing that said that you're super powerful to get to the other side, like the astral planing shit. You're supposed to learn to meditate and get there properly. Drugs are a shortcut. And the third closest thing you can do is at the point of orgasm is both of you can focus on something you can achieve and you can actually absolutely create something else. I heard. And I believe the exchange of energy. I'm giving her all my good shit.
Well, your Kundalini rises when you get a certain age.
That's what she
You start
said.
spinning. You're spinning your chakras all the way up through the top of your head, and that's when you start seeing clearly through your third eye. But it starts there at the base chakra there.
Taylor, you got to unmute. We got to take this away from some sort of Kundalini fucking affair.
You don't like that topic?
Well, no, I like the storytelling, man. Come on, smoke a bowl and tell us a good goddamn story.
I got some good ones. Most of the good ones I can't tell you because you can still go to jail for that shit.
I have to weed through them to come up with good ones and not get in trouble for telling them.
Yeah, I'll tell one. This is a short one. BC Boys was out and we were going to get some weed. It was from these people we called the ugly folk. They had the best weed in the neighborhood. So we going on a walk and it's, I don't know, half a dozen of us, maybe more than that. And we're singing the new BC Boys. It's time to get ill, brass monkey, that shit. And as we're walk past the houses, there's a school on the block, a little small, like small preschool probably. It's tiny. Tiny for Chicago, probably not tiny where you guys are from. And there's a opening. There's a playground next to it, big wide playground. And as we're passing the playground, you hear gunshots. A guy is shooting a guy in the corner. You can't see him. He's behind the school, but the guy who's shooting him is bouncing back as he's shooting him. He's bounced right back into our vision, and we're looking each other in the eye. He spins the guns and starts shooting at us. We take off running. My ankle was fractured from playing basketball. One of the guys pushed me and I fall. The fracture is too much. I fall down. Dude, come over, put the gun to my head, hops off a couple times and take off running, then fucking pull the trigger.
Damn.
I missed the whole story basically.
That's all right. I was just sad.
Yeah.
Pointed a gun at me while I was going into the weeds, but.
Dude,
did you say he pulled the trigger?
No, he did not. No, he shot up the other guy. He shot at us, and then he got right to me and put the gun to my face. And then he took a couple bounces and hopped and took off running. And I got up screaming and yelling at whoever the fuck pushed me and all of that shit. We went and got weed.
Dude, so this chick from high school, Hope, everybody loved her. Little fucking girl, probably 5'1", 5'2", maybe 5'3", beautiful girl. I loved her, was friends with her, not close enough to where we hung out outside of school at all, but you know, saw her, talked to her, blah blah blah.
Some story calls me.
Listen, so this one causes trauma. So I got this girl that I'm in love with, right? And now I get out of high school, go through all this bullshit, find out I'm a drug runner, and end up fucking walking into a strip joint during the day where I find out my homeroom angel is now a fucking daytime stripper. Yeah. And I'm like,
she got the day shift too. Day shift is a motley crew of gargoyles.
Yeah, that's the skanky crew.
She was never she ended up robbing me and blah blah blah.
Day shift
day crew shit.
I can only imagine.
Well, listen, we hung out outside there. We did a bunch of stuff. I mean, remember, I'm that guy. So I had the strings to pull, but she was tied to other things and probably more nefarious than I want to discuss right now because I ended up finding out about it. Her and her sister. No, another time.
You were in high school. This was forever ago.
No, well, yeah, but there's a lot of people. No. There's a lot of people still around from this circle.
Well, you don't have to name names.
Yeah, make up names.
I'll tell you this much. You know, I end up seeing her, a little bit on and off, and taking her around, and I end up taking her home one night, and we're on the hood of my car. She's sitting on the hood of my car. We're making out, and this guy comes fucking up behind me and puts a gun to my head and basically get on the ground. And it was a brother telling me, white boy, get on the ground, motherfucker. And I am instantly thinking that maybe she had set me up because
I would think that, yeah. I've seen people do it over and over.
So a couple of things are going on. Now I've already, we've been friends for years in high school and whatnot, but now missing a couple of years, then we're back together. This is probably about 2 months into it. We've hung out a few times, gone to lunch, blah, blah, blah. But here I am in her apartment complex with the gun.
That's set up.
And she fucking comes off the fucking hood of the car and tries to jump on the guy. He pistol whips her. I would think that she was set up, but at that point.
Yeah, at that point, I'm in, yeah.
So at any rate, this guy had me half on the curb, half on the grass. He's going for my ring and my necklace. He grabs the necklace, rips it off my neck. He's going for the rings. I take one off, and he's telling me, give me the rings, white boy. So I took one off that I wanted to keep stuck in the grass by me, gave him the other two, and then the fucking guy with a gun to the back of my head. Some stupid-ass fucking thought came through my head that if she's setting me up. Now, I don't know that she's fucking knocked out cold. Right. I don't. I just know I'm on the ground face down, and I heard her fucking come jump on the guy, but then I heard her, go, oh, and then I don't know where she is. I'm face down with a gun to the back of my fucking head now. So I put the ring in the ground, and I hear her start to moan. So I'm like, well, that's just weird. My head is psycho now, and I'm thinking, is there a gun to my head? And the guy's feeling for my wallet, but my shirt's down long enough that he's having to pull up my shirt, and I realize he's having to look for it now. So I grab the gun, boom, right next to my fucking head. I'm like, holy!
But that was a ringer.
Holy shit,
what,
man!
Was it probably a 9mm or something? Maybe a 45.
What's that?
You probably don't know what caliber it was, do you?
It was probably
9 or 45.
No, this back in the day when wheel guns was 357, 38s and shit.
It was
back
a
then.
38. It was a revolver. They never caught the guy, but they said that it was a revolver because of a pin, or a hammer. I don't know. They said it was a revolver. There
was no shell casing.
What's that?
They didn't find a shell casing.
No, they dug the slug out. So they dug the slug out. But I mean, it was right next to my fucking head, and they had to go down a little bit, but they dug the slug out. The ear was ringing for fucking 45 minutes, I'd say, the whole time I talked to the cops. But witnesses that were there in the apartment complex said that the guy was running away. Why you make me shoot you, white boy? Why you make me shoot you?
The girl, I'm wondering, she was out cold, as he said.
She was out fucking and caught one right on the side of the face. I mean, had basically been pistol whipped, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the back of a hand. You didn't see a mark. You saw a big red. Her whole face was red. Her whole face was red. So.
It seems like it would be a fist then, because pistol whips normally break.
You would see a broken jaw. That's what the cops were saying.
Well, I mean, at least break skin. It wouldn't be like a big blunt red. There'd be like a sharp point of metal impact.
I think it was the back of his fist. I think it was like a spinning back fist with the gun in his hand. And I was thinking it was a stick up to my head. I don't know what kind of stupid shit was going through my head.
So you she's clear in your head? You cleared her?
What's that?
You cleared her in your head?
No, we hung out for probably 4 months, 5 months after that. And then on a New Year's Eve, fucking, she called me up, and by her and her sister basically fucking, went deep in my pockets and then never came back.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, sent them to get some dope and they never came back. Man, Mike, you reminded me of a story talking about pistol whipping and shit. Me and my guy go to drugs, rob some dope dealers. I'm the getaway driver. These two guys that he been wanting to poke. And I forgot, we saw him a couple times and shit. I pull into the alley and I can see him from where I'm at. I'm not far. And instead of going after the guys, he spins the gun on some lady standing in line at the gas station and tell her to give up her purse.
He bitched out.
Yeah.
Dude totally chickened out.
The two dope dealers, they come into the story in a second. And the chick says no, and he's wrestling with the gun. I'm sorry, with the purse. With the gun, with the purse. And he tries to grab the strap and run. And when she pulls it back, he wears glasses. She pulls him right into a pole. It was loud. Boing! And then he comes and he's smacking the lady with the pistol and shit. He falls. He tries to run again. She's still holding that strap. It snatches him back. He turns around. He starts pistol whipping her again. The guys run over there. She's screaming for help. They run over there. He point the gun at him.
Drug dealers do.
The drug dealers run over to help the
guys
lady.
he was supposed to rob.
Yes. He points the gun at him. They back up. He turn around. The lady smacks the shit out of him. His glasses fly off. He picks up his glasses off the ground, calmly puts them on, and hits the lady in her hand. The first time he hits her in the hand, she lets go the purse. He runs, bails in the car. We shoot back to the projects. And I'm gonna tell you what was in the purse. There was a ring. It was on like $20-something gold ring. It was a bunch of credit cards that weren't in her name. She was playing credit cards. There was a pager in there, which I kept for years and used it. It was just empty. It was a nonsense, too much of a risk. It was a dumb thing to do. It was a bad night, and I left the robbery shit and started hustling. He stayed with the robbery shit, by the way. And
it sounds like he's the one who should have quit it.
Yes, it got really bad. He was stealing from his people, and he was dressing like a woman in a sundress, shaved all his facial hair and legs and shit, so he can go pretend a woman and rob people. He got really bad, smoking cracked out, and I was making a lot of bread at that time. He just died about maybe 2 months ago. I was out here and didn't have the bread to go back and see him. He was in a wheelchair too.
Yeah, when I got arrested when I was 15, it was for theft. I stole a keg. Well, I got arrested. We stole a keg from behind a bar. There was a bar that left their kegs outside, and it was the night before St. Patrick's Day, and I was 15. I was 14 or 15, and I was the guy that jumped out of the car and grabbed a keg and threw it in the car, and then we got off, and we got the first one. And went back for the second one because we started drinking more. And it seemed like a good idea to get the first one was easy. The second one will be easy.
Yeah, I know it is beer now.
Yeah, well, we pulled up like basically right as the bartender, the employees were leaving right when we pulled up, and one of them started chasing me, and I was drunk. I ran past the vehicle. Instead of just jumping in the vehicle and getting out of there, I ran past it and into a grocery. Anyways, I ended up getting arrested, and I realized I didn't like stealing.
Yeah, I try to respect the hustle. That's one hustle I never learned.
But it wasn't
respect.
because of the arrest. It's because I'm sure that contributed, but it was more because like there's just something sleazy.
The feeling it gives
it's
you,
sleazy.
right? Yeah, it's low. It's low
because you got to be
begging,
sneaky. So it's an admission of weakness.
Yes,
and it's an attack,
dishonesty and
right?
shit,
It's like the
yeah.
double whammy of grossness.
Yeah, it's your low life and shit like that. Yeah.
Yes.
Shows the lack of creativity.
And kind of moral. I could justify my shit selling drugs, even the violence. I could justify that. He trying to take money out my mouth and out my kid's mouth. I used to use that, but stealing. It was hard because a lot of guys steal and they come around and they hang with cats who have legitimate hustles, and it was hard for me to respect that cat, man. I just never respected that hustle,
and you don't want them around.
Yes, that's the way
Yeah,
personally. I
like
didn't
Steve.
say it, but that's how I used to feel.
Yeah, because if somebody comes to your house and they're like, "Hey, man, I don't have any money, but I've got this subwoofer and these tools,"
Yeah.
it's like, get the fuck out of here before you go somewhere else and try to sell something of mine.
Yes. I got buddies
Don't
like
in
that.
your
I
bathroom
wouldn't-
or in your medicine cabinet because they're probably pill heads or some shit or looking for something to sell.
Don't even let them in the fucking crib, man. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
You're not special, right? If they treat everybody else like that, your day will come. You got to keep that in mind and play them the long way.
Mm-hmm.
Don't give them opportunities. It's just dumb.
And actually, when I, when I'd meet new people back, previously, I would, if I met somebody new, I was really cautious about who I even met.
Yeah.
And even more cautious about who got to come into my house. But if somebody made it to the point where I was meeting a new person at my house, I would try to leave like a little chunk out, and then I'd leave them alone with it, right?
And
or
see,
like a 20 or something, like something that's
Yeah.
just easily accessible and that I'm probably not likely to notice is missing.
Yeah.
And just to sort of,
We tested a guy like that, and this is a good story too. With a bag, we put my buddy Boo Man, the same guy from the other story. He sniffed him out. He was like, "Joe, he's fake." Blah blah blah. We had put some washing powder in a little baggie and shit, and it was way too much, and it was clumsily done. Boo Man accidentally drops it, and he tells everybody, "Oh, I dropped, like a quarter. We got to find that." Blah blah blah. And we go look elsewhere and let him look where we know it is. Sure enough, he's like, "Yeah, I couldn't find that. Okay, guys, gotta go." And he go to the crib. And one of our friends was down there. So he told us what happened. He was there when the shit happened. He like, dude, come to the crib. He got this big ass bag of powder. And he tell him, man, that shit don't look right. It should have smelled just like washing powder, because that's what it is. Dude, tell him it's great shit. They both blow it, start sneezing and fuck up their faces and all that dumb shit. And I'm making rap records and my shit's on the radio. and I put that in there. We called him Mr. Bubble, for blowing washing powder, and I put it at the end of one of the records. I say, Mr. Bubble, stop snorting that shit before you get in trouble. And it used to burn him, Joe, because our shit was on the radio every fucking week. Yeah.
I sold boy when I was younger, like in early years of high school, I made some money off of a bottle of No-Dos.
Yeah, I used to buy them at college.
I crushed them up, and I sold some. I thought it was going to be a one-off, right? Like I sold.
It had to be a one-off, right? It got to be.
No, dude. I sold. There's this dude that I went to high school with, and he was kind of a douche, you know. And anyways, I said I could hook him up, and I'd meet him after school at Taco Bell or wherever, and I gave him two. It was the same sort of thing, right? It was sloppily done. It was too big of a bag.
Right.
I didn't have a digi, so we just made it too big and whatever. And I said I got to get a price on it, whatever. Blah blah. Here you go. It's the fattest. It's the fattest ball you've ever seen. It was like a 3 balls, but he called me about an hour later, and I'm like, this is gonna be him.
This is gonna be bad, right?
I answered it. He's like, hey, can I get another?
Yes,
I'm like, yes, you fucking can. He's like, cool. Yeah. At first, I wasn't sure about it. I thought it might be sketchy, and so I took it to my friend who knows all about these sort of things, and he's like, yeah, it's good.
It's the good shit.
I was like,
that's fucked up.
But then shortly after that, ended up me and one of my friends who was driving me around. He and I ended up getting in a fight over something, just a stupid ass squabble. But he dry snitched me right in front of the kid while I'm selling him another bag of No-Dos, and so that was the end of that.
Yep.
Chicago, the band, 25 or 6 to 4. Remember that song?
No chance. I'm black. No chance. But go ahead.
What was that song again?
5 or 6 to 4.
Oh yeah, I know that one.
You don't remember
Scott,
that?
do you have that poem?
Is it for her?
Yeah. I don't know if you saw the poll that I put up earlier, but I asked the chat, would you rather hear Scott's poem, the panty dropper, with the words only? Would you rather hear it with the music? Would you rather have him recite it to Katie again? Or would you rather not hear it? He can fuck off. And they chose for you to do a live performance of your panty
Great
dropper.
job, chat. Great
Serenade
job.
it? Serenade it. You have to leave the room.
I do? Okay, fine.
Woo! Go ahead, Scott.
You can
This is
stay here.
gonna be good. This is gonna be good. No, Katie, can you come
I
close
don't
to
mind
the
if you
camera?
watch.
Katie, this is gonna be good. Thank you.
There.
No pressure, Scott. No pressure.
Well, you can stand in the corner. I don't mind if you watch.
Okay, I'm over here with my shake weight.
He likes to watch anyway. Go ahead.
Hi, Katie. Nice to meet you.
Hi. Was that Venus Cupcake?
Yes. Hi.
Hello.
All right. Okay, blowing me away it is, man. I could probably come up with better ones, but this is the panty dropper, so it's the true to form. Fucking one I've dropped the most. But Katie, I don't want your panties to fall. Please keep them on.
Okay.
Now, Cynthia, Venus, I don't know if you guys are single. Well, you're not married, Katie, are you? No. Bro, put a ring on it, bitch. How's that shake weight going?
It's going good. How's that poem going?
All right, Scott. Don't focus on flow. Come on. You're on a roll. Let's keep going.
Put the shovel to the side and continue.
All right. Which one should I go with?
How many do you have?
One. Not so many. One night while we were talking, I could see it in your eyes. I could search for 1,000 years and I could never find someone just like you to take this heart of mine and make me feel the way I do when I'm by your side. So baby, stay with me tonight. Wrap me up inside your love as I give you all of mine. and take me to that place that we've never gone before. Anything you could ever want, I would give you more because your love, it's blowing me away. Your love is blowing me away. And your love is showing me the way. Your love is blowing me. You're showing me the way. So, baby, stay with me. Stay with me tonight and take me to that place that without you I can't find. And girl, hold me close. Don't ever let me go. I'd be lost without your love, and I might just lose control. It's when we're together, it feels like paradise. And I'm feeling these true emotions, they're just building up inside. So, girl, hold me close, and please don't let me go. I'd be lost without your love, and I know I'd lose control. Your love, it's blowing me away. Your
Let's
love, it's
do like some.
Ooh, I'm so glad.
And do one at a time. Give our critique.
Hey, you're not gonna leave me, are you? Please don't go.
Yeah,
No,
Flo's
it just
in
dawned
trouble
on
now,
me
bro.
when he turned his camera on that Scott's
used to be.
looks like the one dude from The Big Lebowski.
Yeah.
Oh, Walter.
Yeah.
Where is that?
I was like, oh, Walter. I don't know what
Those
you
pictures are better behind me because they're more colorful.
Oh.
Scott, I'm glad my girlfriend is asleep. Woo, that was heavy stuff.
Oh, you want your spot back?
You want a love song for your girlfriend?
No, she's asleep, but maybe
Yeah, I'm
another
sure that
time.
worked on some girls.
Can we get, if you haven't hit the like, can we get some likes to show Scott how much we appreciate his singing?
Yes.
Did you appreciate that, Taylor?
I did. I especially like the part where you said your love is blowing me, and then the pausing away. It's like, well, that's not loaded, is it?
You're blowing me away. So,
well, Scott.
Well, man, all of it. That's the era of music that I grew up.
It was good,
What?
but like your stories, it was so long.
What the fuck do you think you're gonna do for 3 minutes of this song?
So it actually became so long that it became annoying. You know what I mean? But you had it. Like you had it though. I'm not gonna lie, like you had it. Like I couldn't picture waking up to Scott singing to you every morning. Who wouldn't love that? But then it went too far.
Cynthia, you're funny.
No,
Yeah, Panhead, you can drop that for sure. And actually, I'll play it before I shut the stream down too.
Cynthia, I've had enough. I can't take your lies. You keep giving me.
Scott likes to take his time like a real man.
I'm that way too. I start singing to my loved one too, but I know when to end it.
Not when
I've
there's
never
good
sang to
have
chick
an offer.
ever. Never would consider it.
They never end.
You sing.
They never end.
Oh yeah, I guess I do sing, don't I?
In the
But
shower or something.
But they're more like I don't. Yeah, I've never like actually tried to mac on a chick by singing her a song like that.
That's because it's hard to mac to the beat of a shake weight.
I sing stupid ass songs to harass people. It's normally about them too. It's like Katie is so fat.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Wow.
I had a rap record. It's probably horrible and don't stand the test of time. I was at a house party somewhere with some people's house in the suburbs, and I did the thing where I wait for my record to come on. And someone was like, yes, people came by and got the fucking with their albums and got them signed. And one of the chicks in there didn't believe it, and I had sang one of my songs, which I should not do now. And she had already was hollering at a friend of mine, and he had gave her his gold chain to wear. She was like, really, is that you? And I was like, yeah, that's me. And the song went something like, this is dumb. And, I hate to do it behind Scott because it's even worse than him. It's what a gold rope is what it was. And it was to Moments of Love song. soundtrack. A gold rope that nobody's wearing. Girl, you're tearing me apart. A wasted smile is seen from a yearning heart. Anyway, that's how the shit starts. And she melted and she gave dude his chain back so I can choose anybody I want. And it came and wrapped me up, bro. From a song.
Wrap me, tie me, angle me up with your pleasure.
Is that
Joe,
Lindsay must have heard my story about when my daughter got lice and I drank she went to my daughter got lice from school when she was in kindergarten, and I cannot handle shit like that. And the time it took her to go to, we lived close to Walmart too, to go to Walmart and get like shampoo and shit.
Yeah.
I had drank a bottle of whiskey. Like,
Yeah. I get back from the store from getting like the shampoo, stuff to spray the house, a hair dryer, probably a new, like just all the stuff. And he like lays down on the bed and passes out.
Nuclear.
I was up all night, or at least till like 3 o'clock in the morning, because at that time she had an enormous amount of stuffed animals.
Oh yeah.
I had to back up, throw them in the basement, get all the sheets, get all the pillows, freeze the Barbie.
I never thought of that part. I just thought about
fully intended to help too. I just was so stressed about it that I needed to take the edge off, and I took too much edge off.
All right, listen, man. I'm gonna get out of here, man. I ain't even ate yet. I gotta get
Nobody
a shower.
else got lice in the house.
All that shit. Fucking Scott got me wet. I gotta take a shower and shit.
Yeah.
Bye,
All
Joe.
right.
Good talking
Later.
to you.
You go, Joe.
Wow.
Where do we go from here now that all the children
have? We can go wherever. I'm not gonna. This is not gonna be a super long stream, but we can go wherever. That's not that. Anybody can come up right now. So I'm not managing it. You guys can keep telling stories.
Tommy can come up. Come up, Tommy.
Tommy can come up, but he's got the same restrictions as he always has, which is if you start making me nervous that you're gonna be doing flaggable shit, then I make no promises.
Another story though, but Taylor, sex, drugs, or rock and roll?
Hi,
What about
Tommy.
it?
No, another story.
Hey, Tommy, what's up?
Hosted Sob Soul long enough for him and Z to
Hold on.
proven glow
Yeah, that's
the
it.
same way. It's fucking ridiculous.
Say that again, Tom.
That figure eight shit that I'm just now catching up as I create derogatory clips of you for tomorrow's. You are all going to die down here. If I would have kept watching your stream in real time, I might have came back to back Nick Vold up because number one, you doxed his real name for fiat. You sold it.
Well, hey, you rewrite that narrative, sir.
I mean, you realized it
How
too
the
late.
fuck
and
was I supposed to
retracted
know
it.
that was his real name? It's unlike any name I've ever seen in my life.
So this is one of the warnings I can give you about making a petty fiat channel. You fuck yourself like that.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. I'm not going to
No,
change it.
you're
It's
not
still
okay,
$2
you
to
said.
change a name.
But you and
$2 to change Tommy's name to whatever you want.
Hi, Tommy.
yeah, I'm leaving anyway. But
Can I give you an IOU?
don't give this dude money. Put it in the.
He was about to say something else. too.
Money. For $1, you could support this channel right now with the weather changing.
He's
You know,
so the last time I had to dunk him for what he was just about to do, Tommy,
Like
you
your
were
dad.
collecting money for a homeless guy who said he needed $200 to get his job back.
You know.
Why
you
don't
said
why
nobody,
don't
and you said
why
nobody
aren't
cares. You said nobody cares about your homeless guy, and then you said a homeless guy is ripping you
what
off.
kind of
and
job
then you said he's
requires
in
$200
hell. He
to
has
get
to
it
wear
back?
body armor. I already
kind of
answered this
job
question. I answered that question the last time. You cynically just wanted to try and make jokes and
but
not
I
listen
didn't
to me.
hear. Can you answer for me, please, Tommy?
Not for you, but I'll answer for the audience.
Okay, thank you.
He was a cab driver that was short on money for however that happened, and he couldn't go back to work till he made up that $200.
And so he became homeless over that?
No, he was already homeless when he got the job. I was a working homeless person. Do you see how I could relate to the dude? Do you see how you're a better
Did you
Christian than
ever
me,
lose the
faggot?
job because you owed your employer $200?
I know that there's jobs that are like that. Like my first job, I was a paper boy where motherfuckers only had to pay $1.30 a week for a newspaper, and they were dodging a fucking kid over $1.30.
If
And
you're
that's my
short,
money. That's my fucking money because I'm paying for the newspapers I'm delivering.
Really?
you're
I didn't know that
short,
they did paper boys
You
like
never
that.
saw that 80s movie where the newspaper kids stalking them going, $2, the whole movie?
oh yeah, I loved that movie.
Well, people really fuck newspaper kids like that back in the day.
Okay, so
That's terrible.
It is crazy. People own their houses and they're dodging a kid knocking on your door trying to get your payment for a newspaper.
okay, so but see, most
I
businesses,
delivered newspapers
you
on days
owe your
that,
money.
despite the
No,
motto, the
listen,
mail did not run on some of these days, where the snow was high enough that my bag was dragging higher than the.
Tom,
Go
you're
ahead
not
and talk, you
saying
fat bitch. See if you ever get on my show again.
okay, I'm just saying, if there's a business that's short $200, the business will usually let you work and just take it out of your check.
No, that's not true. It's a cab job, you stupid hoe. And I
That
saw
that
how
is
you were.
true.
This stream I'm talking Flo about. I saw how
Tom,
you were when I
I'm
was
gonna
gone.
kick
You'll
you out
never
if you
get
don't
back
act
on
like
my
an
panel
adult.
again, huh?
Stop calling people names.
Oh, or I'm sorry, Flo. Do you realize that tomorrow on You Are All Going to Die Down Here, we're gonna show how you kick me for saying.
Nobody gives a shit.
What is wrong with him?
I think that he's just baiting me into giving him more material. Like I just made a great clip for him to add to that.
That's hilarious. Jesus, he's bored. You know, you're
No,
giving him
no, I'm
something
not
to
gonna
do.
say a word. I'm not gonna say a bad word because I want you to.
This is save a ho ho, Flo.
This is bait. This is bait.
Oh,
He's
all
getting you
kinds
to
of
play a role.
sons of the daddy up in here. You got
Oh,
Scott,
wow.
rejected son of his daddy. You got Flo.
What is that? How does that even make sense?
He's obsessed with you know who.
Oh, what the?
It's his obsession.
The only way that Daddy would come up between me and that fool would be like Debo standing over him, going, "Who's your motherfucking daddy, boy?"
It's just a weird thing to put
I
your
have no. That's to me. You know what it is?
daddy issues on display.
What's that?
It's daddy issues on display.
Yeah, mama issues. It's a number of things, but I mean, it's. I don't even want to say it. I mean, it's very disturbing, in my opinion, where it leads back to. You know, some things in history, some people of the past that are just dark and sinister.
You might be digging deeper than this one goes.
Maybe.
I mean, I don't know what Paul and Tommy's weirdness have to do with history. It's yeah.
What type of people want everybody to call them that?
Man, Synthetic Z was on one today on Jack.
Hard hat, that's gross.
Yeah. I don't know. This metaverse can teach you a lot about life, whether you want to know it or not.
Jesus.
You're in the game, whether you know it or not.
It's like an exaggerated pressure cooker of human dynamics. But the threat of actual repercussions is so far removed that everybody sort of goes into caricature of how they normally behave. I don't know.
Hey, Flo, I got a story for you. The day I got kicked out of that high school that I was talking about, I didn't get kicked out for the fucking tape case full of shit. But you want to hear how I got kicked out?
Sure.
Because I wouldn't play football. That was literally coach brought his brother in. Darley's Nelson's brother was Edmund Nelson, Pittsburgh Steeler lineman, and I was out fucking with Darleaf. I'd get put in school suspension over and over. They were trying to put me back in football, and I had gotten hurt though. And then Buddy's a rock star. I'm starting to write songs. He's paying attention to him. I'm like, well, I'm gonna fucking do music. You know, this is a decided factor in my life. And then I've even written a song with another football player, Beasley Reese, that was in this guy's in the Guinness Book of World Records, 82, 83 for racing a horse and beating it. And I'm writing a song, he's on the piano singing my lyrics, right? And over his baby grand piano, there's a picture next to another picture, and both of them are equally badass. One of them is him racing a horse, tie photo finish up in like New Jersey or New York, one of the big fucking stadiums. Tie photo finish with him racing a horse. And the year before he beat it, they estimated 133 1/3 yards. It would be a good race, and it was a photo finish. But he's in the Guinness Book of World Records. Then next to that photo was a picture of him sticking Walter Payton. That's fucking priceless. I mean, it was pretty awesome. But so I'm writing a song with him. Then I'm back in school, and coach wants me to play football. I'm getting put in school suspension if I'm 3 seconds late to sitting down in my desk when the bell rings. I mean, I'm in trouble all the fucking time. Needless to say, and it's literally, I think, for coach to get a hold of me and convince me to go back out and play football. And I'm kind of refusing. But then his brother comes in and all this. Well, I'm in school suspension. This is my last day at the school. And my buddy, so I'm still friends with today, he gets put in there. Now, this is one of the fucking, top 4 or 5 guys that went to, in my era, that went to college and played ball on full scholarship. So this is one of my good buddies still, and he's fucking in there. But there's no way that this was anything less than a setup, because he would not at any point in time get in trouble. This was just, his dad would have put his foot up his ass. So this was a setup. I get put in with this fucking guy. He's probably got passes to all his classes, and he's there. You're a pussy. You're a fucking pussy if you don't play football. I'm like, fuck you. Coach is like, you want another day? I said, did you just hear that? He goes, I didn't hear anything. I'm like, oh, fuck. This is how this day's going to go? Awesome. Now, this is my nemesis. He's a little bit smaller than me, but this guy can kick the shit out of me a lot stronger. So, and he's a year and a half older, I guess, 2 years older. God bless, man. This day goes fucking, a little while, and it's like 10:30. I've been called, fucking all kinds of names. Just people are laughing and in school suspension. Coach is telling them all to shut up, blah, blah, blah. I'm like just having enough of it. We go into the fucking bathroom for the, I guess, 10-15 break or something like that. And my buddy Adam's telling this kid, and I'm friends with him still to this day, he's telling Mark to fucking call me a pussy. If I don't play football, tell him he's a pussy if you don't play football. Sorry to use the name, but that's just the word that was going on. So I'm like,
I played rugby. I think that you're a pussy if you do play football.
Yeah, okay. Well, we can go. I wouldn't do it right now. That's probably, I got a bad back. Let's not do that. At any rate,
I just wanted to play the one up.
I'm telling fucking Mark, if you fucking say my name, call me a pussy, your head's going in that toilet. It's just all there is to it. He's like, fuck you. I'm like, call me a pussy and watch what happens. So I'm fucking taking a piss. I'm sitting in there, and Adam's like, call him a pussy. Tell him he's a fucking pussy. You ain't getting out of the bathroom. And Mark's like, fuck you. Mark's trying to go by him, and Adam's pushing him back. He says, tell him he's a pussy or you're not getting out of the fucking bathroom. He's like, fuck you. And I guess Adam put his arm, or grabbed a hold of his arm and squeezing it. He's calling him a pussy, motherfucker. The kid looks back at me and goes, you're a fucking pussy, thinking Adam's going to let him go. He throws him to me. I mean, I got this fucking kid with a rat tail and glasses in my arms now. And I'm like, okay, you're going in this fucking, I mean, I told you you're going to do it. It's your head's going in the toilet now. Fuck. This kid's screaming to high hell. I mean, he's grabbing a hold of the fucking, I wish I'd had him further in the goddamn stall, because he wouldn't let me get him in there. He was hold on for dear life. I was about to block and tackle him, and I hear the door slam open. It's coach coming around the corner. He blew fucking Adam right out of the way, right off his feet, came around the corner after me, and I mean, hit me up against the wall. And about 2 seconds later, he had his forearm up against my arm, my fucking chin, you know, and what the hell are you doing? I dropped the N-word. I put probably, if I could go back and change that moment in time, I would have taken back that get off me, you. Boom. That motherfucker treated me like a rag doll from that moment till I was thrown out the door. I probably hit 3 sinks. I hit a fucking urinal. I mean, lucky I didn't get
because you dropped the N-word.
Well,
I
mean,
I thought you said you. I missed the first part of the story. I had to pay attention.
I
to
had
something
a
else.
kid's head, you know, heading towards the toilet. I had a kid in my arms.
What did you just say? You just said something about the N-word.
You know, yeah, after he had me up against the wall, I called him that.
Oh.
And then he basically threw me up against sinks. I hit the lower back. I got lower back problems from this shit. I would never say, hell, I got body slammed by Coach Ross on fucking concrete. These guys, I loved them. Coach Nelson was the one that did the in-school suspension in the bathroom. But I love these guys to this day. They were mentors. They were good people. That shit that I said was my fault. That shit that I did with Mark was my fault. I made a mess with him. Still fucking joke about it to this day.
The first time I ever thought I was gonna actually die was I was 15 or 14, and I made a Mexican joke in front of my buddy's brother. It turns out his older brother, whose house we were at. It turns out that his older brother was only a half brother, and the other half was Mexican. And I just made a Mexican joke in front of him, and he was drunk, and he did not take it well.
That's not cool. Yeah.
He's like, I'm gonna go hang you outside above the trampoline. When your mom comes and cuts your body down, you're gonna bounce. You know, like he was bad.
You know who Peter North is?
Yes.
So there's a film, okay, and there's a jacuzzi I used to hang out with girls from the Dollhouse, the world famous Dollhouse, and my buddy's he's the bartender there, Fast Eddie, right? He's not there anymore. I think he's at the Penthouse Club. But this guy, I sold him a piece of property outside of town, and nice piece of property, and he built it up, and then he bought the property next to him from a neighbor and put a bunch of trailers on it and was bringing Mexicans in for strawberry season, strawberry pickers. Well, you always have to have one or two you can talk to. All right. Most of them don't speak English. I learned this out in New Orleans when I went out there for Katrina. Well, I knew it with Eddie, but I taught everybody out there that's the only way to work with them.
You talk to people.
You got to make sure if you have a crew of guys, huh?
I would never have guessed you for the talkative type.
Me either. That's so weird.
All right, it's your turn, Cynthia. You've got a good story. Let's hear about you.
No, I don't. I could never follow up with your stories.
I am going to start wrapping up soon. I don't want this to be a super long stream. I mean, not after last night's. But before I do, I'm going to probably just play a little clip from you. Have you heard snaps the last few days saying something about us joking about kids?
No.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
I think it was on Flows. You know, I recorded that whole, no, not on Flows, on OTWs. I recorded the whole thing from yesterday off of OTWs, if anybody wants it.
So I haven't watched it, but I did find this, which is worth reviewing. This is where, because Chuck was accused of it too, and that didn't happen. We can watch right here where Snafu didn't even come up with it. We can watch Paul plant it in his brain right here.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah. I recorded a lot yesterday.
So this was I don't know, what, 4 days ago or something.
Okay.
Yeah, 5 days ago.
It's already written. So it be written, so it be done.
Well, yeah. I mean, I know you didn't really want to bring optics up about shit, so I'll be very vague, but it was very telling
Oh, I
What
already know
happened
where you're
last
going to go.
night?
Let me try to guess. You saw we're not going to name them. We're going to talk generally. You saw a couple cretins over there laughing and giggling about touching children. Isn't that what you're going to go into?
Yeah, and then
Because when I heard it, I said I laughed with Jennifer. I said my warthog creature did it again. This is why he's going to be in my face tomorrow, going, "Daddy, I told you." And I'm going to say, "Snafu snaps, my eldest son, you're insane, but you weren't wrong." And I've said that from the beginning. You can't direct yourself a lot of times in a way that works for you and everyone else, but oftentimes you ain't wrong.
You know what else I saw? I saw how you were treated.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting how 2-3 in the morning when they get real
He just went. Snaps wasn't even going to grab on it. Snaps never saw shit.
comfortable, they start laughing and giggling about touching children. Ain't that interesting? When they just weeks and months ago projected onto me, because at times I'll do morbid humor here. You weren't doing morbid humor. You were revealing what's in that id, motherfucker, that you keep projecting onto me. Fascinating stuff. Warthog creature was right again.
Block on Facebook and all this other shit that they're trying to pull
Can't
on
make
you.
this shit up, bro. I'm living in a movie. I'm a main character. I think I got it like that sometimes. And I got a little warthog creature with me. And I go, "You don't know nothing, warthog creature. Cut the bullshit. You're in."
He has main character syndrome. Is exactly he just described it.
Sure. But the important point was Snafu came in, said something about the optics, and then was overridden and handed this narrative that he didn't even latch onto at first.
That's typical MO though. That's I mean, Paul's gonna share his narrative, if you will, and then even send monkeys out. It's just I don't know.
Right. It's not surprising. It's not surprising. It's just blatant.
I don't even know what they're talking about.
Snaps came up and started saying something about, he's like, "I know you don't want to gossip about."
No, I know that. I'm saying, but what are they talking about when they're saying about the kids? What panel, what stream
Paul
are they
just made it up. Paul made it up and handed it to Snaps.
Oh.
Yeah. So the whole thing.
Snaps obviously had something else on his mind.
Snaps had something else that he was going to bring up.
But
and
that too.
Look, I can see all the clips. When people clip shit off my stream, I can see who clipped and what they clipped. There ain't nothing in the clips. Planet X Watcher clipped a lot of shit, but most of it was when Monograph was up there. There was no jokes about any of that stuff. So that's the reason that none of us remember what the fuck Snaps is talking about, because it didn't happen. Paul invented it and then sort of force fed it to Snaps.
Okay. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yesterday was brutal. What went on, like the OTW, and then Bex went back to her channel and went off and said horrible things for like an hour or something. I was just walking in and out of the room with it recording, so I was only hearing parts of it, and it was just like, whoa, what the hell's going on? And then she went over to London's and did the same thing, and it was just brutal. It was like all day, and then because now Snapper's using her channel as his platform to talk, crap. So it's interesting, but I recorded so much crazy stuff. I will be playing a lot of it on Sunday when I finally get unbanned. So,
Venus, you're in the music fucking world. I mean, you should know as well as anybody else that the only way you can survive in that kind of world is realize that other people's opinions of you are none of your fucking business unless
in what world? I zoned out.
In the world, period. In this world,
your opinions don't matter. But you just have to have like a really strong, thick skin.
In your head
Huh?
If you give everybody space in your head for their opinion, then you're going to ruin your life. And that's what I was saying is, Taylor, this world is full of opinions, and people's opinions are none of your fucking business unless you care about them authentically. If you don't,
no, that's not true.
It's called being attacked. It's called being relentlessly attacked.
If you happen across clear-cut evidence, I mean, it's just Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and you're sort of wrong.
I'm not wrong because you're giving credence to something that you don't have to if you don't give it
I'm
credence.
giving attention to something, but I'm removing credence. Once again, like not like that there's much there to remove. But I'm not the only one that this is being thrown at. So
Not at all.
Right.
It's a
So
lot
a lot
of
of people would
people.
like to know about this probably. I
Yes.
understand what you're saying, and I understand that your advice is sometimes right. I think it's wrong right now, and I'm not going to follow it.
Why don't you go listen to OTW's show from yesterday morning
What
and
he's
tell
saying is
me?
it doesn't matter if you don't care, and he's right. But see, other people's opinions of me are their own opinion. It's how they behave towards me that then it becomes my discretion whether to engage or not. And I understand the nature of the beast here is that you have limited recourse. That's why people do things like Snaps does. If Snafu was not hidden, well, and Paul too, come on. That's the nature of the internet. But yeah.
The reason they're on the internet is because they can't meld well with society. That's the fact. Now,
I don't care why they're on the internet. If they're attacking
what does that have-
me, it's a problem. Okay? Especially if it's sexual harassment on top of it.
That kind of sucks. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it really sucks if it's you. And it's every panel that you hang out on. And then it flows over into your
Well,
life and some of your friends get hurt by it. Yeah.
Okay, so
It's a
I've
sore
really
subject for me. I'm sorry.
I really learned a lot about this whole situation in the last couple of weeks. And the best way to really handle it is not attach yourself to it because it does have a way of sucking things out of you. And I've noticed like a
in
lot
Scott's
of
You
song.
have to be detached from everything in this world.
Absolutely. And it's not even me that a lot of people don't like. It has nothing to do with me. It's their issue. I sat back and watched a lot of people get mad at me for timing people out who were disrespectful to Jack, who constantly told on me to the point where it just got to the point where Jack was like, I don't even want your help anymore. To now, those exact same people are timing everybody out for being disrespectful to Jack. And I just realized they just wanted to be that. It had nothing to do with me. It was just jealousy, and it's just what they wanted. They saw something, and they wanted it. It has nothing to do with me, and I don't need to ever attach myself to anybody on here like that. That crazy shit. I don't.
Venus, why are you sending people? Why are you sending OTW viewers?
Because Celia asked what was the name of the channel.
Okay, you understand that that's like kind of a silly tactic.
Yeah, it was, but I'm
Okay.
stoned. I'm sorry. I realized it after I did it, but
Right.
she just said thank you, Venus.
At this point, it's sort of late in, but
Well, no, let people see that shit from yesterday. It's outrageous. If you support this guy, there's something wrong with you because there's something seriously wrong
By
with all of
sending
them.
people there, you give them viewers, and that's supporting.
yeah. I mean,
Well, sorry, I made a little mistake. Okay, Scott.
You clip
Most
stuff
just wanted
for your own.
make sure
Yeah,
that
I
you're
just
aware.
don't even want to hear about it. I don't care.
Well, because they weren't trashing you on that level, Cynthia.
I'm sure that they were.
What? Bex is over there trying to throw curses on me. What are you talking about?
Well, it was
really
you know,
taking
you can handle it the way you want. I'm handling it the way I want to. If my channel didn't have a strike, I would have been restreaming that stuff.
Absolutely.
Yesterday. Yeah.
But the way I choose to is I can't engage with it. Like that has something to do with anybody else that wishes harm upon another person on the internet. It has nothing to do with that person. It has everything to do with themselves, and I can't help them.
Let
And
them
it's
see
best-
the mirror.
Well, you do you, and other people will take care of this the way they're taking care of it. This has been 2 years of being attacked by snaps. Okay, I'm not backing down. I'm sorry.
But Scott has a platitude for you that he thinks would be more helpful.
What is it?
After hearing your stories, I wouldn't take any of your advice, Scott. Sorry.
Please, nobody can follow my lead.
Oh. Yeah, the metaverse is wild, and not everybody wants good things to happen, which is insane.
Excuse
to me.
me. Hard hitting. I don't give him any power. Okay? You people have a problem with people defending themselves. I'm supposed to just go away and shut up and let this guy attack all my friends, make some of them sick? You have no idea. Keep your opinions to yourself. I'm sick of these fucking people. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't even know where to go with that. I think you should defend yourself, but I mean, when it's appropriate, if there's nothing
Well,
going on,
you don't always have to go somewhere with something though. Sometimes
You know, Scott, I don't want your advice. I don't need your advice. So keep your advice. Thank you. This is a very sore subject to me. A lot of my friends have been hurt beyond what you would know. This leaking over into their workplaces, them getting in trouble at work because of it.
This stream was about. Well, no, you did open it up. I'm sorry, Flo. It became. My apologies, Venus. I was thinking differently.
It's okay. I'm just like, with this subject, it's just. I'm sorry. I'm not backing down about it. This guy deserves whatever he gets. He's hurt people. He's hurt so many people. It's okay if you guys can't relate to it, but my close friends have been hurt badly. Not me, because I have a very thick skin, and that is why I fight it, okay?
But Snafu's like the idiot pirate.
It's not just Snapper. It's not just him.
Let me just
Do
tell
you
my
feel
joke.
like birds of feathers flock together, Venus?
He jumps from he killed his own platform, then he jumps
9 of
from
them.
around on other people's platform. Now he's using Bex by gaslighting her and using her platform to spread his lies and defamation. He does it wherever he could go.
Do you think that because Bex allows him to do that, do you put her in the same?
No, I don't. And I'm leaving now. I'm not digging this.
Venus.
Later.
Bye, Venus. Thanks for coming up. Scott, you have
man.
got to figure out how to read people. I don't know
Well,
how you've gotten this far in life and you haven't been able to read people at all.
It's me. No, I understand what she's thinking, but I don't get it. And I was going to literally say Snafu's like the drunken, moronic pirate who goes into the doctor, and the doctor says, "Why, you have."
But this is where it comes back to reading the room. I don't know why you would still think that's going to be a useful thing to say.
It's a funny joke. 3 seconds more, and you would have heard it. My point.
It would not have been received well, Scott. I don't know. Whatever. I can't. If you haven't learned it now, you're not going to ever learn how to read the room.
Strike me well with that is she's a woman that says she's been on the road with a band and fucking and I don't get that because nobody that I know that's been backstage has roadies has an aversion to just talking shit a little bit. Nobody.
Scott, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm about to, and I don't mean this. I don't mean to attack you, but I'm like seriously considering dropping you just for your own good.
I'll stop on that subject, but
Okay.
I do have my opinion.
I know, and you just can't help yourself. I see.
Regardless of how you feel, I mean, this obviously really upsets her, and I hate to see anybody like that get upset from another person on the internet because the person
but I just didn't see how it related to any of this though.
Well, something, brought it up for her and she was really triggered. I personally I don't want to engage with them. I don't want to give them life because they're not even worth it to me. They are, they're pretty, they wish me no good intention.
Venus, I didn't think you were, but you're not the only one who's got strong feelings about this, and I cannot get Scott to shut the fuck up on the topic to save my life.
My feelings are done on it.
Drop link, Venus says.
I think it's pinned. Here, I'll drop it again though.
Cynthia, you don't understand. How did I not understand? I understand what's happening to me, and I'm only speaking for myself.
Oh, where'd that go? Here, this is a good point. You chose a war with a guy that has nothing to lose. The nothing to lose part is important. You can't. That's what I realized about like JG, who I actually did just kick from backstage earlier with no hesitation. But like, what the fuck can you do to somebody?
That is when at that point that someone's got nothing to lose. What the fuck? What can you do?
Well, Snafu could lose his government assistance. He could lose his sister's support. He could. Snafu has a few things to lose.
He ain't gonna care about that till he hits that wall. He's lost
Oh,
everything.
I guarantee he will.
I don't know. And I kind of doubt the government who wants everybody on the dole's going to take it away
Look,
anyway.
I'm sorry. I just want to correct a few things. I am not triggered at all. I'm passionate about this, and a lot of people got hurt. People love it when I kind of speak my mind about this, but I'm not backing down because you all just want me to turn around and say, oh, it's okay, he did this. I'm just going to go away now because I'm a coward, but I am not a coward.
I don't know who
So,
you all is, but don't lump me in that.
Yeah, I don't think that at all, Venus.
No, I'm not saying you all.
Okay.
And as far as being backstage and your raunchy parties, some people don't do all that when they're on the road. Okay, people respected me, so I just needed to correct some of this stuff. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Did you judge other people that were out there living the
Here we go. Oh my God. Now we're you're an idiot, and I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't like you. Goodbye.
I didn't invite the statement that you just made towards me.
Oh my God. Just go away. I'm going away now.
She didn't invite your opinions on the situation.
I'm not. I've been through this for 2 years.
I know.
People come in, not you, Flo, but people come in. They don't know the history, and they start blabbing their mouth about how they would take care of it, what they would do with it, and I don't need your opinion.
Then my apologies. Let's drop it. I'm done with you. Thank you very much for your.
Well.
Hey, Flo, to change the subject, I was watching some content creators today who were on one. They were on one about she had a video up that she was getting $1,000 for, but the day before it was the monetization, the payday, I think it's the 21st or whatever day it is. They dropped that video down to $94. Are you noticing any change in that? Like, they're making some serious.
What happened?
They had a video up that they were pre-counting their money. I guess you can see how much is in the studio before it's time to be paid out. And so they had a video that had 1,000 on it based off of the AdSense. And then the day before it was the payday, that video went down to $94.
Ooh, but I don't watch it that closely. But that's a lot of money for a video, $1,000.
Oh yeah, they were totally upset. I mean, because they were saying how content creators now are totally being robbed for their stuff, but the ads, they're still getting paid for the AdSense. They're just not passing it on to the content creators. And they even said that they noticed they got paid for videos, and then they took the AdSense away, and they went back and retro took that money back from the AdSense they got from that pay before. So like sometimes they were starting off in the rear with the pay. Like they were.
I've never had anything like that happen. So but I don't track each specific video's revenue.
Yeah.
And most of I don't get much AdSense revenue. I mean, most of my streams are not monetizable even.
So as a content creator, that sucks because at any point in time, for whatever reason, YouTube could jack with your money. You could think you have it the day before, you find out they decided to keep it all.
Yeah, you have no rights on YouTube, basically.
I get 1.8% of my revenue from shorts and watch page ads combined. Everything else is.
Do you guys want to know what happened to my channel this week?
Sure.
My friend Peanut from the Nut House, we worked together, and he came over to my channel to premiere one of his films, his films. And what happened was he had it also uploaded on his channel. So when we were streaming it on my channel, the whole thing went down, and I got a copyright strike, and they just totally shut down everything. We both wrote to YouTube legal, because that's where you would write to when you your appeal is when they said sorry, we're not going to appeal it. So we both wrote to them, and we got back emails that said, we don't care if he said it was okay for you to play his video. You still have a copyright strike. So that's YouTube. That's how.
Hey, you know Timcast Flo? You watch him at all?
Yeah, I don't really watch him. I know who he is.
He got fucking blown out this evening before I came on here. I ended up taping it. I rewound it to where they shut him down and then blow his channel. They kept his stuff up. I don't know what he's going to do with this, but he was reporting on Donald Trump's tweet telling the states to send their National Guard to the south border against the federal rules. This is absolutely bonkers what they were talking about on Timcast show. I could actually play it and you could listen to it and sort of see.
All right, hold on. I've got a sorry, somebody owes me money and I'm dealing with them.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Take that money, man.
They're trying to negotiate after the fact, and that's not how that works.
No, never. You'd say actually, McDonald's doesn't let you do it.
It's not the first time I've been through this with this person. They're gonna pay the full amount. It just pisses me off every time.
Yeah, you do the work and then they want to fucking cut your pay. That's bullshit.
So where can you take your content that doesn't that it's not like you can take your content to other places, but where your subscribers go, where else will subscribers go like your YouTubers will?
They don't go anywhere else, really.
X is the new Freedom Hub, isn't it? Excuse me for interrupting you. My understanding is that X is, not censoring people and that, there is a few costs to pay. I haven't done anything there except explore my old channel. But if you pay some money and whatnot, there's freedom. I mean, you do have to pay for, the more things you want to do, or you can just do the free thing. But as far as censorship, that, and then I think whatchamacallit, TikTok, those are anything.
Yeah.
You don't want to go to TikTok though.
TikTok is a whole nother type of beast.
Right, but if you want to get yourself known, they say that you just need to spread yourself out, and everybody that is a big show is spreading themselves out like that. Not everybody. Let's not say everybody. But, a lot of them have Rumble. A lot of them have fucking BitChutes. A lot of them have weird, maybe not BitChute, but Rumble. What's the other one? There's I know there's True Social. X is that, and then YouTube.
Twitter.
Yeah. So there's weird stuff. I saw something about Elon Musk looking at buying YouTube. I thought that was or buying Google and YouTube. I doubt that'll happen, but if he had the money and wanted to force a buy, it would come down to the board of directors. People running it wouldn't have anything to say about it.
Basically, having a YouTube channel is like having a castle made of sand.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it that way. Be detached. Have your videos backed up. They'll take your stuff down for no reason, not give you a clear answer. It's really objective. Their reasons for doing what they do. So I would just.
Their reasons are going to be ad revenue. They're contracted with people who have say in what they fucking do. So, especially different videos that you might be on monetized channel, that's why you got to be really careful, because if a video gets aligned with you and they have their AdSense sent to something, it depending on what the video is, just watch some of your advertising. It could flag mundane shit.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be careful.
Yeah, so, I have no desire to have any sort of successful YouTube channel. So it's
take
really
the monetization completely off, but you get less. If it's not monetized, they don't strike you as much, as my understanding.
I just find it interesting because they're playing with your money and they're making money off of you. Like they're truly squeezing out the content creators. It's
all your money. You're the content. You're the creator. So you're
right, and
you're
it's not like
the audience.
Right.
So everything leads back to you, and they're giving you the smallest cut. You should be offended by that, but you know, if you don't, Jesus, it's a catch-22. I mean, if you don't have an outlet like that, you need some other outlet, and then, I mean, the story is you're better to spread it out, like she said, just for the pure sense of backing your shit up, because you can't trust the castle made on sand.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm gonna build a castle, where's the solidization?
Do it from your own website, and then out. You know.
See, that comes into, are people gonna follow you to the website?
No, you send everything out from the website.
See, in the past, when my friends did that, you always had to download some weird shit to get to the
you need some sort of aggregate that'll multi-post something. You need some sort of.
I got some thoughts in mind. I definitely have some thoughts, but I'm just
Hootsuite was what I used to use. HOOTSUITE.
Absolutely.
And then you can just put all your social media as you put a video in. And the thing about content is all live content isn't, I mean, my belief, I mean, and you can tell me how you feel, Venus, if you're involved in, you know, music and as a creative individual. I don't see this. We come up with funny stories and stuff like that. And I like storytelling because I do believe that storytelling is a medium or a genre of creativity. I like the songs. I like the poetry. But, you know, when you have that creative sense, a lot of times you're not going to find that just by talking with people unless you are sharing your creative stories or your real life stories. But those are easier to, some of the stuff is easier to share if you can it. If you put it together, edit it, and share it in the way that I'm talking about, and multi-posting it, that's where I think you should put your 15-minute lead-up stories, or, you know, like if you're going to do a stream on something, put little clips of the people that you know are going to be a part of it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Cynthia is more serious about building a YouTube channel than I am. I only did this because of what was going on and that affected the people in my part of the community, and no one had enough guts to stand up and do anything about it. So I started from my channel. That's basically the only reason why I was doing it. Before that, it was just my in the desert 125 miles per hour driving videos that I like to do. But
yeah, I definitely don't want to put in so much work just to have it taken away from me overnight.
You have to expect it, maybe, because my one friend, she hit 1,000 subscribers and they took her whole channel down the next day. For everything was gone, like 500 videos and 2 years of work. Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Like, I want to be smart about it. So we'll see.
I would start with my own website. At least you have everything there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so you have control over it.
Dr. Ake, welcome. How's the court shit? Anything new? Any new developments?
Yeah, I'm going to court on the 8th.
Okay.
Of February.
So nothing. Okay.
And,
nothing. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to court on the 8th, and I've been doing as much research as I can, but I figure out basically I'm gonna tell the judge that everything I've done is for the good.
Taylor, can I help?
Andrew, Never got a response from you. I don't know if you're still there or if you can hear me. I don't know if he can hear me. All right. He's been backstage for a while. He told me not to bring him up because the speakers were not working. And anyways, go ahead.
Dr. Ake, do you want some non-legal advice? Some just, board game advice?
That's what you
Hey, I listen to everybody before I make judgment.
If your feel is that you're in a game, which is how they play this, my concern is people don't realize that. So if you say guilty or not guilty, you're now using their terms when you're innocent.
Shut the fuck up, Scott. No, we're not doing this. No, we're not doing this game with you.
Can I?
No, you can't. No, you can't. I forgot that you have terrible legal advice.
This is exactly what got me out of my trouble.
No, we're not doing it. You have the worst. No. You don't even have a clue. Do you have a clue what his case is?
Yeah.
What is it?
Growing.
Where?
I believe Australia. They run on the same maritime commerce laws, and you can't cause
Scott, I'm going to kick you from a stream with your name in the headline.
You fucker.
You're getting kicked out of your own party, Scott.
You at least owe me fucking 2 or 3 kicks to the back for a minute.
This guy, no offense, Dr. Ake, he's already too far down the rabbit hole of confusing legal laws with moral rights. Yes.
Ian.
Who?
Slow down. You make fun. Ian.
No Ian here.
Oh, what's your Dave, isn't it?
I'm Taylor.
Your first name?
Taylor. It's Taylor.
Oh, like
Taylor
the guy
Swift.
who makes suits.
What?
Tinker Taylor, Soldier Sailor.
I'm so confused.
I am too. Very confused.
What do you want, Drake?
That last guy who was talking, I partly agree with him.
I know.
When I go
And you've
to
already
court-
fucked yourself over by not listening to me.
No. Fuck,
What?
I haven't. It's my intention. It's my intention to confront them in courts.
So, for anybody who's not familiar with, give me a second. I'm just gonna, for people who are watching and are not familiar with the situation, his house got raided by the sheriffs or the cops, and they left with about 50 plants that were growing there. They had not charged him with anything. He had not confessed to anything. He was free. He then came into a stream the night before he decided to go confess. I tried to talk him out of it. The next morning, he went down to the police station. He confessed that they were his. He confessed that he was growing them. And then he confessed that he was growing it for friends, right? Everything I told him not to do, because he has the same sentiment that Scott has, which is confusing morals with laws.
Okay, Flo, will you give me 3 minutes or I won't say a word?
No.
Okay,
You
fair
definitely
enough.
don't have 3 minutes off the leash. You can start talking, and I'll put you back on when.
Well, can I speak in my own free will, my own direction? Or you want me to stifle it?
Just start speaking, and I'll tell you when you need to stop. But you already know when you need to stop.
When I was in front of the judge, my name was listed as attorney and as the criminal, the defendant. Okay. And I pointed it out because I put myself in as my own representative, authorized representative. And I went in under special appearance, which is to challenge jurisdiction. Okay. Period.
Oh my God, Scott, that's it. Your limit's up.
I won't say anything.
I don't. Yep. Nope.
Let him. Hey, come on.
Here's the problem.
Let him
Because you
talk.
listen to people like Scott and not me, you now have increased the charges against you, or the whatever. Go ahead, Scott. Tell him.
Taylor.
What?
let him go, please.
I've been in your situation before, and I didn't fuck myself worse than they ever could have, like you did. Go ahead, Scott. Give bad advice. Oh, first of all, Breezy, good for what? How are you fighting the system by not only making their job easier? You give them a gift and admit to more shit that they didn't even accuse you of.
No,
What is wrong with you people? You're all retarded. Go ahead.
You're opposing their system by doing what I'm saying. I can explain that if you want. Okay.
I doubt you can, but you have the floor because they want to hear it.
I literally went in with a notice of liability stating that I knew that there was a money transaction. I didn't know exactly how it was going down, but if anything was happening in my name, that it was happening by their hand and not mine, and I didn't consent to it. So I had a notice of liability sitting right on top stating that in my own handwriting, notice of liability with everybody's fucking name on it, period. My thumbprint and a fucking 2-cent stamp with my fucking name written across it. Now, this is not necessary. I'm telling you, you have to do this. It's what I did. So next, I fucking stood in front of the judge when he's trying to make me take a public defender, and I said, I will not have this man represent me. I will bring someone from outside before I take this stranger, someone that I know that I can trust, and I don't appreciate you trying to tell me that I have to use someone that you know. And I looked and I said, again, I want to, because they're moving me to trial. They're saying I'm going to trial next week. And I looked at them and I said, the judge, as I've done 3 fucking months in a row, every month they're bringing me in now, running me up after my mom has passed now. They did it for a couple months.
What were your charges?
They called it breaking and entering. Then it was marijuana and
So the marijuana and shit was because you got arrested for going into the house that you lived at.
It was possession.
Talcott clip collections. That's because the cases were completely different, and his was retarded to begin with.
Listen, I didn't pay.
Getting a dismissal of a case that's completely asinine is not a success.
Listen,
unless you're Drake.
It was non-prosecution. It was no It was no case. Okay, they didn't have evidence. I've got a letter dismissing it.
You lived at the house that you're accused of breaking into,
but then they just called it criminal mischief.
I don't know how they could have not dismissed it.
What? Yeah. Okay. Listen. So further, all right. They didn't want to listen to anything until I did what I said, which was basically, if I go in front of a jury, I'm going to say what I've told you over and over again. I'm not guilty. I'm not saying I told them this. I'm not saying I'm not guilty, and I'm not saying I'm guilty because those are your terms. I'm saying I'm innocent because the way this is supposed to work is you're innocent until proven guilty. And I said, the only thing I am is innocent, but I will say this, Your Honor, I have done everything that they say I've done. Every single thing is true. And I will also say there is no crime. So if you can say there's a crime and give me evidence of a crime and third parties, or disinterested individuals other than the police bringing me in here, then this isn't fair. And I'll just stand in front of
fair. Isn't fair. You guys have the same childish mindset.
I walked out and they chased me to the elevator and dropped it. They said, I just told the judge I'm dropping it because I didn't create controversy. That's what they want you to do, is to go against them.
So incoherent that it's barely comprehensible.
If you go against them, the judge gets to get involved. He's the referee.
They do not want you to go against them, you dumb fuck. That's what plea deals are for. If everybody took shit to trial, they would be clogged the fuck up instantly.
Agree with your adversary and you walk. I'm telling you, what I fucking did worked.
You got arrested for breaking into your own fucking house, dude.
They didn't care about that at all. They cared about how I played the outcome. They cared that I said my conviction is that I can't plead guilty or not.
I don't know how can somebody so smart not be able to know they're a mule for 2 years?
You plead guilty or not guilty if there's a crime. There's no crime. You don't need to plead anything. Do you not fucking get what I'm saying? There's no goddamn crime. Why should you plead like a fucking sheep? You don't plead. You say I'm innocent.
Go ahead, Drake.
Yeah, right on. You see, I want to go to court. I want to challenge them because they're fucking up this world.
You didn't challenge them.
You've already challenged them. Don't challenge them. Don't get rude with them. You have to be super nice, because if you create controversy, you lose. You have to be gentle as a dove, wise as a serpent.
So you think that the key to getting out of your charges is to be polite?
The key is to know that a crime is a crime, and if it's
I cannot
not a crime,
believe
you have no
the
business in there.
stupidity that I'm listening to. My channel now has about the stupidest shit I've ever heard on YouTube, and
Okay,
it's
well,
YouTube.
Well, we can move right along. And Drake, I wish you the best. This is not legal advice. You probably should listen to Flow State, because I'm sure he's got good advice. So
He likes your advice better, though.
With your foot up my ass, I'm going to stop telling it.
My foot's out of your ass. I've given you free reign to say whatever stupid bullshit you want. Drake loves stupid bullshit. That's why he confessed and then up-confessed.
The up-confessing. I love it. I love it. But that's what I did. I said everything they say is true. It's all true. See, they have nowhere to go with that. Who are they going to put you in front of a jury?
They never had a case to begin with. You lived there. What they had was stupid cops.
They threatened to put me in the motherfucking back room and have a public defender represent it. They could have made anything smell like fucking absolute bullshit. They could have made any
Why
bullshit.
would they need to? You do it yourself.
They could have made any bullshit smell like roses.
So tell me, and this is to both you, Scott, and Drake, how exactly, in what way is confessing to more crimes than you've been charged with, how is that challenging the system?
If you're not a victim,
Shut up. I don't care about how you feel about the law. The law says you're a crime.
Hey, the point is here that I do not believe it is a crime to grow a plant that you can go and buy off a corporation.
Why do you think your beliefs matter to anybody else?
Why do theirs?
Because I think there are some sane people out there that when they get shown the truth, they'll stop believing the lies.
And you thought that about the cop the night before you confessed? You were hoping that about the cop, that he would be a decent man. And I told you he wouldn't, and he didn't.
He admitted to me that he was only doing his job because he needed to pay his mortgage and look after his wife and kids.
That doesn't matter to you. He still did everything. He'd still charge you. It doesn't matter if he felt bad about it.
Flow State, you were right. You were right. He should have not said a word.
He should have what?
He said to me, if it was him, if he could do what he likes, he wouldn't call anything to do with marijuana a crime.
So
he told me that. He told me that he was a prostitute for the corporations.
Right. I told you that he was a prostitute for the corporations, and you didn't believe me. So what if he admitted it to you? It doesn't do you any good.
You gave him a commission. You gave him a commission. He couldn't turn it down. He wants his wife to have a new set of shoes.
I mean,
listen, Flow State, you were right in telling him not. I wasn't catching that you fucking just walked in, turned yourself in, and said, "Yes, I did this."
But Scott, your advice was awful before you realized that. After you realized it.
My advice stands after that. But I'm saying your advice of not going and asking for trouble is always the best advice. It sounds like he went and knocked on the door of trouble, and then the guy's going, "Oh, I'm sorry, it's just my job." Yeah, of course it's his job. He's a scumbag and you're a slave. It's that simple. So I would have never.
You guys are so confused and narcissistic as to not know the difference between what's the law and what your sentiments are. Nobody gives a fuck how you guys feel about things. Nobody. Not me, not the courts, not the cops. Nobody cares whether you think something's right or wrong.
Flow State.
What?
You want to eat your fucking words?
Sure. Make me eat them.
Pull up USA VS.
Why? Is it your case? Is it your sentiments?
No. This is a website that breaks down legal and lawful all the way down the line. This is something I wasn't going to tell anybody about. I was just going to.
I want you to tell me. I'll look it up, but before that, I want you to explain it to me simply. What is the difference between legal and lawful?
I'll do my own stream and I'll just dedicate it.
No. Just give me a quick summary. What is the difference between legal and lawful?
Oh, you don't know?
I want you to explain it to me.
God's law is lawful. It's what the Constitution original, the Articles of Confederation were written about. Read the Federalist Papers.
So one of them is how you feel about the law, and you just attribute it to God. That's a false attribution. God didn't tell all of us that shit. You made it up, and then you think that God supports you because you're, like I said, you're childish.
The founding fathers made it up, brother, not me. The founding.
Give me the website.
What?
Give me the website.
I'll hold that back from you now because you're being rude.
I can skip back and listen to it again. You already said it.
You won't find it. I didn't give you near enough. Got a long way to go to get it from there. So, but
hey, I can tell you, flow state.
I'm listening.
God's law is good. The word good has been shortened to God. We only have to do what is for the good of me and for the good of you.
I cannot believe this is the intersectionality of stupid and narcissistic is what I'm experiencing here.
What if you're on the end of that stupid and narcissistic, but you're projecting?
I have enough humility to admit that my feelings about morality do not determine the law.
Your feelings about me are determining whether or not what I'm sharing with you is correct or not, and you have done no research.
They're not. No, you guys, your guys' feelings are getting you the results. Here's how I know. Here's how I know that your feelings are clouding your reality, because Drake has charges that he's confessed to, and they're bigger than what they're accusing him of.
I confessed to mine. Oh, the bigger. I didn't go bigger. I didn't.
You were at your own house, dude.
Absolutely.
You didn't get out of anything.
They would have had a lot to prove. Yes, you're right. I held them to the fire. It wasn't a big fucking deal. And that's what I'm saying about him. He could hold them to the fire and say it's not a big deal. If he was growing for himself and he was giving it away, that means he wasn't in commerce. There's no tax owed. What did he owe the state?
Scott, this is why I just can't even believe. I cannot break through.
It's
your
a
soul must be so clogged full of like ether and just brain damage. It's amazing to me.
Flow. I will do a back and forth on my channel, and I'll start tomorrow or I'll start Monday, and we'll do 2 hours.
You don't even understand enough for me to argue with. You can't even meet me
I got it all.
away. It'd be like arguing physics with a fucking slug.
I've literally got it in slides already ready to go, fucker. No trouble at all to prove this to you. You can check the record. I'll slam dunk you on all of this. Just night after night, week after week for what, a month you want to go, a year? Because it's all there, and it's easy to put together.
Talcott clips, come on up.
Legal and lawful are two different things. That's why there's
There's the law that cops enforce. Everything else is just how you feel about it.
Statute, codes, policy, regulations.
I've already gone down the Black's Law Dictionary with you. I've looked up codes. I've explained to you that a code is a codified law. It's all the same thing. They're called acronyms, motherfucker.
We're not going to be able to win this argument with you. I know that. So let's talk about good stories, fun stories. I mean, I had a gun put in my face another time. That was kind of fucking crazy. It didn't go off, though. I was shot by my brother with a fucking BB gun. That was kind of crazy. Oh, hey, you want to hear about the hookers under the bridge?
We're here now.
So, remember I told you I get arrested, right? And then my brother's kicked out again.
Why am I getting emotional? Because it is insanely frustrating listening to so many stupid people. It's like the stupidity compounds on each other. And you know what? Hold on. I know I love you too, but right now I could murder you. I'm putting Talcott clips. You just go fuck yourself or come up here and explain yourself. You people are so damn dumb. It's like a circle jerk of stupidity. You can get online and read the laws that cops are going to charge you with. They don't charge you with whether or not you think it's right or wrong.
Charge you because you don't know.
All of this shit is readily available. Every law you can look up.
Right, and that's why I'm going to have a stream with you on it.
Dr. Egg did not look up the law even before
we
he
have
turned
a
himself
stream.
in.
We'll start
You
Monday.
are
How about
encouraging the
that?
same sort of dumb shit.
What? Let's do a stream. I will make you eat crow.
You will make me fucking stroke out.
You will probably.
I will have a stroke dealing with you. This shit is you again.
Well, you shouldn't fucking be doing crank while you're talking to me, but I know you love me, so you're trying to stay up. You're trying to stay up.
Fly Guy, even though I don't believe that this was stated in a helpful way, it might actually not be very untrue. Don't take it too far, though. But yeah, at this point, it really doesn't matter. You can tell Dr. Egg to do whatever. There's really no, he can't really do much more to make his situation worse.
He needs to get out of there. Do you have a lawyer, Dr. Ake? Did you hire an attorney, or are you on your own?
No, I'm on my own. No, fuck those parasites.
Yeah, you're smart. As soon as you have an attorney, then you're admitting that you're incompetent to handle your own affairs.
I need to put up a disclaimer and just that this is all bad advice, and anybody who just drops in or watches this is the worst advice anybody could drop into. That's why
I would agree with you. This is like playing Monopoly, and this is just nothing but fiction. I'm playing a fictional board game, and I know that if
you're doing the cute thing where you're not really playing a fictional game. Like I don't sell shit, I just get gifts, right? You're doing one of those.
No, this is more like truth or dare. It's If you wanted me to tell you exactly how I see this, or I see this game,
I don't.
I know.
I don't. I think that you're retarded.
I know you do, but what if I told you Jesus was retarded, but he still flipped over the tables in the same
Jesus
system?
thinks you're retarded too.
Jesus loves me. Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus is my brother.
It's pretty easy to know what's good, okay? The word good, they've taken one of the bloody spheres out of it, right? And they changed it to God to confuse us.
And so are you going to present that riddle to court in your defense? Your Honor, if you see here, good and God are the same word, just with a different number of O's. What the fuck are you going to do with that?
What are you going to do with 2-cent stamps if you can mail everything for 2 cents an ounce? Just as long as you do it right. And one of that things, and I'm not going to tell you how to do it, but one of them, it has nothing to do with franking. It has to do with the stamps backed by gold. All of them are. All right. So the reality behind it is 2 cents an ounce, as long as you put it in the right place.
Fuck you, you punk ass bitch. You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking dick in your ass punk bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucked.
This is your mentor, Scott.
Nope. No.
Yes, it is. This is where you get all your. I know wizard when I hear it. You're puking wizard's words out of your fucking mouth.
Any of this. Nothing.
Where did you get it? Then give me another source. Give me somebody else who tells you the same dumb bullshit as wizard.
I got it recorded. I can play it, you dick.
I don't want you to play it. I want the link. I want the source. What did you screen record it?
It's a private fucking group. It has there's no way I could fucking let you know.
Private group.
There's a guy that's out there on YouTube that's actually a source that I can give you that's not a private group that's fucking huge. Elvis in Private, it's called, on YouTube. But he's not talking about the stamps. This is more about the legal lawful and how things fucking work. Go to his
understand that these people have convinced you that your feelings about morality are more important than the law. that
So-
cops enforce.
So, like you said,
Oh
you were
my
a banker and you were a loan originator. Okay, so you weren't underwriting them. So
I was underwriting them.
Oh, you were. Okay. So then you would understand that my signature would be the underwriter's signature.
Your signature in what capacity? Were you the underwriter?
On the fucking loan app. The loan application's what
No,
gets
you're not.
monetized.
Scott. Okay.
I'll read it to you right now. Hold on. Give me a second because I really wrote this out today.
I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Somebody's going to come in and
you're
not
an
know what the
agent.
fuck's going on, and they're going to just hear your terrible thoughts out of nowhere, and they're going to do like Dr. Ake did and turn themselves in because they're confused about where their authority starts and stops. I mean, am I the only one who's blown away by the amount of arrogance and hubris it takes to think that your opinion matters to court?
No, this is not my opinion. This is their laws. I'm going to cite their own fucking laws. I'll cite it right now.
The problem is you're going to cite it out of context. I guarantee it. I've heard you do that 1,000 times. You cite UCC when you should be citing state law, like all sorts of shit. You don't understand. It's civics. It's basic civics that you guys are missing.
No, I'm looking at this is okay. Okay. Here's one on credit application if you want to hear that, or if you want to understand.
I kicked him off of his own stream.
Thank you.
Can't handle it anymore.
It was killing me. It was killing me.
It's fucking insane.
Misplaced morality, it's called.
It's arrogance. You can't see him backstage, can you?
No, I only see me.
I'm about to wrap up, Scott.
I'll stop talking about that shit.
I need to wrap up anyways. This has already gone on longer than I thought it would.
You just made my dog dump my fucking smoke, dude. You scared him. But no,
Good.
that's fine. It's no big deal, Flo. I'm just trying to help the guy. I don't know that I necessarily can. You know, I mean,
you can definitely only make it worse. You can only make your own situation worse. I bet I never would have gotten arrested in the first place if I were in your shoes. You already fucked up getting arrested breaking into your own house. That's how you already fucked it up more than it should have been.
What, should I have let them just walk over my right?
I don't know the details of it. I don't care to hear the details of it. I don't think you probably understand the details of it well enough to tell me about it. But I can guarantee you, if I had been breaking into my own house, I would not have been arrested.
There's circumstances, but let's not talk about that, bro. I appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, thank you for joining. Thank you for telling stories.
Did you enjoy some of them? Did you enjoy the fucking song?
Yes, I enjoyed everything, and I'm not mad at you. I'm just frustrated with you. I
know, but you listen.
Okay.
That's part
you
of
don't have to cupcake me on the way out.
You have to internalize some of that, and you got to take responsibility for some of that because that's some internal fucking problems. If you can't handle me being me and telling the truth.
See, you just
I mean, we all have our
telling
own,
the truth, though.
But,
I think
Venus,
you think you're telling the truth.
I don't really know.
Huh?
Well, I was just going to say good night. It was nice talking to you. And if there's anything that I've said in any flippant manner towards you,
it's all good. It's all good.
No intention, and I'm not that guy.
It's a sore subject. It's all good. I'm tired of people telling me how to handle these things when I've been handling it.
It seemed like when I gave you a suggestion, you probably had too much.
Good night, Scott. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Nobody's mad at Scott. He just doesn't know when to stop giving advice. Dr. Ake, do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah. Basically, my position is going to be that I'm innocent of any crime. For a crime to be committed, there needs to be a victim.
Yeah, I have the same morals, but less arrogance. I recognize that what I think about something doesn't change what everybody thinks about something. I wish you luck. I wish you, I don't know. When you're spending your 76th birthday in prison, you'll be like, damn, I should have listened to that one fucking bloke who was in the exact same situation in America.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong.
I do too.
Get an attorney.
But, I've got a good friend next door, and he's going to come and speak on my behalf.
Well, I'm scared to even.
He's a professor of mathematics, but he's a very intelligent man. Anyway.
Well, all right. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Have a good one.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Venus, what do you think? Should we go eat Tide Pods and just
Probably. It seems like it's hopeless.
Yeah.
Everything.
So, Fly Guy kind of called me out. I don't know if you heard my story. I was in essentially the exact same situation that Dr. Ake is, except on a different continent and with a different substance, but got raided a few times and had this, and I played hardball against him, and I was looking at 15 years, and I got 36 months of probation. Of course, I had to forfeit a lot of assets in the plea deal, but the point is that if I had done what he did, I would not be streaming right now. I would be in prison. So yeah, it is I guess a situation I relate to, and it just drives me insane hearing this shit.
I get it, yeah. No one wants to see anybody suffer for growing weed, man.
Except for the cops and the judges and the people whose job it is to
They're not your friends. Trust me.
Talcott, I'm going to keep dunking you for 1 minute at a time because I think it's amusing. You're free to come up here and have this discussion. I'll keep it going a minute longer, but you won't. You never do, because you don't have any thoughts for yourself. You just repeat what you hear from people who, by the way, all have legal problems. Wizard, Paul, fucking Scott. All these people that you're listening to have poor legal situations and poor financial situations. You have to be a moron to take advice from them. I'm at least off paper, right? I'm off paper. I'm not having my girlfriend drive me to the store when I need more rolling papers. You know.
Yeah, you can't take advice from people like this.
Yeah, you gotta have a little discernment. I know that they like to use that word discernment. Look at who you're taking advice from. What do they have together?
Anyone could talk, you know. That's why you say the fruit of the tree, judge them by their fruit.
Yep.
Maybe their fruit.
All right.
The insanity, it just boggles my mind.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming up. I see that more. Shit, I forgot to
Yeah, I'm going to go.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank
Flo.
you.
Have a great night. You're
Bye.
awesome. Later.
You too. Hold on. Nobody else clicked the link. Josh, what's up?
Well, none much. Why are you?
Word.
Oh, okay. My final word is a question. Why the hell are you stopping them from giving out really good advice for us?
Because for us, as in you guys on the other side of the law, you cops. Yeah. So, Dr. Ake, Scott, this is Josh. He arrests people and violates their rights for a job. He's a moral prostitute. He does not give a fuck what you feel about the law. He appreciates that you make his job easier and somehow think that you're resisting.
Hey, Josh.
Actually, yeah.
How you doing, Josh? How you doing, buddy?
What's up? I'm just kind of curious because, like, don't you want the court system to be unclogged? The easiest way to unclog it is to, well, just get railroaded.
Is to what?
To get railroaded. Take the plea bargain. Just get out from underneath the system. You'll be fine.
You're acquiescing to the system by taking the plea bargain. That's what 98% of the people do. That's why it's a cash cow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a cash cow. It unclogs the court system. I think it's great advice. Just go. Just show up to court and just, I don't know, say whatever you got to say. I don't give a shit. But I love the advice here.
Yeah, it's not advice here. I don't support any of it. It's terrible advice. And Josh is a bad person who wants bad things.
This is true. This is true.
Josh, are you a beat cop?
No.
What do you do?
Federal.
Okay.
You know that growing weed thing? I don't give a fuck about your state laws.
Yeah, it's federal. We got a Biden who wants everybody out of jail. And
Josh, recap us on what exactly kind of cop you are. He's a State Department.
So, yeah, I'm a foreign service officer. I deal with U.S. citizens in other countries.
Yeah, so if you travel abroad and you're causing an issue for that country, they'll call Josh and he'll come and snatch you up and smash your face in the plane.
I especially like doing that to women, especially mouthy women.
All right. Well, now that you all have met each other, thank you for coming up. Anything else? Just showing your support for their bad advice.
Yes, actually, yes. That's pretty much what it is. I love you, sovereign citizens. I love you guys to death. Just real easy to plow over.
Not really. I wouldn't have walked out of several situations if I was just an easily plowed over individual.
I don't know. Wait. Just out of curiosity, exactly what was it? You got charged with a B&E or some shit?
I don't need to talk to you if you're just a fucking quack. Come on, man. You're out there. You're a stormtrooper on the Death Star. Fuck off.
Oh, yes. I'm definitely a...
But he's actually, in a way, doing you a favor. He's telling you that I'm right.
You take that and believe him because that's what they all want to believe when they sell you their bullshit.
No, what you want to believe is that your opinion matters. This is you guys' hubris coming into play, not mine. I'm gonna drop you down. I don't know why you guys are still backstage. I already got in your words, but I brought you back up for a minute anyways. Josh, I don't know. I think that somewhere deep inside your crusted, disgusting heart, there's still probably the like last breath of a decent person, because you did come up here and support my point that these gentlemen will refuse to listen to, even though it would help the fuck out of them.
It would, but again, you're preaching to the choir, man. Most people. Did you hear what he said? Like literally about the laws. Like, if you take a lawyer, you're pretty much admitting that you're ignorant of, or being able to any ability to represent yourself. What kind of dumb shit is that? Like these fuckers they think that in the court system, that's what they do 24/7.
It takes so much more hubris to even to think that these obscure fucking douchebags on the internet have discovered the loophole to not having to be subject to laws.
Well, it's even weirder to me that people think that cops comprehend laws. We just basically told what the hell to do. We go do it. This whole, I don't need a law degree to fucking do my job. I don't have to understand it. I just have to follow fucking orders.
Know the laws they enforce.
Yeah, pretty much it.
All right.
So why the hell are people? Why do people have an expectation of the cops are going to do this thing or that thing? You're dealing with a DA.
Because we're raised child. This public education system, it teaches us to be childish, and we're all a bunch of children in the world, really grown ass children. All right, Josh, thanks for coming up.
Take care, man.
Yep. Where to go? You had asked me about a question that had been asked earlier that I missed. If you want to repeat the question again, I'll look at it, even though I am not optimistic about it. I think it's going to be likely a dumb soft sit question, but I'll give you a chance. Law as an acronym for land, air, and water. I don't have any thoughts on it. I don't know what utility this acronym is. I don't get it. So Breezy, do you do things like this just so that you can get away with being over here and then not getting in trouble tomorrow? Like, look, I said, "Who's your daddy?" on the way out. Is this your get out of jail free comment? It seems like your get out of jail free comment, which I don't. I'm normally not a dry snitch, but I can't believe that any adult online would answer to a YouTuber that they watch. It's insane. It's insane. Jackie, are you Breezy's daddy? Okay. So I was gonna play Gigi's video. I still can. I sort of feel like the mood is wild for it. I'll pull it up. Give me a second. All right. Why is it not coming? There it is. So Gigi made this video with DB, and he helped her with it. So I'm gonna play it, and just because this is my channel, my little disclaimer: this is her perspective on things. It's not mine. I'm not religious, and she is. Basically, is the distinction that I'm drawing. I do not share the same religious beliefs, but I respect her. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this, even despite. Actually, I'm just going to take myself off. Go home.